Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night. It's Getting Hot in Here edition. We are live at Perry Park in Indianapolis, Indiana, where we are getting ready for two exciting games of roller derby. Akron Roller Derby has traveled here from Ohio to take on Naptown Roller Derby. First up is the Naptown Tornado Sirens versus the Akron All-Stars. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with the action and some corny jokes. Behind the cameras is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind this operation. He serves as our technical producer-director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes. And sometimes I even make him laugh. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and today is no different. Take a second and let us know where you are watching from and how hot it is right there. Right now. For our joke theme today, we are going with the good old standard of just good old dad jokes. So we will be enjoying some dad jokes during any breaks in the action today. And whether you want to hear them or not, you're going to hear them. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. We encourage you to chat with each other and send super chats to shout out our skaters and participate in our polls. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many easy and free ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more Derby events, improve our videos, and keep the Derby love rolling strong. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights and want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. So hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and we appreciate you all so much. Let's grow this Derby-loving community together. Looks like we are just about ready to get started here. We did have a brand new, a resubscribe that I need to add to our all-star roll here. Mr. Bruise Guy and Crash Bandy Oops, longtime subscribers and supporters of our channel, as well as pretty awesome NSOs, coaches, and just all-around people, have rejoined on the All-Stars. Sirius, go ahead and show us what a super chat looks like by featuring them up on the screen, which I did not warn you that I was going to do it all, so I will give you a second to get it up on the screen. But if you do choose to send a super chat to support one of the skaters you are watching today, this is what it will look like when you send that super chat. So whatever you say will be in that black box there, and you can just shout out a skater, and we'll put it up there, and you're also supporting Derby Date Night. Kira, we are hot in here too. Luckily, we did bring some fans today. So, and for those of you who were not able to make it out in the heat, we are so glad to be able to bring you some good old roller derby. So, Julie, as you can see, you get to cheer on Will Smith, who's currently on the line for Naptown, up against, that is Nerdy Little Secret for Akron. We've seen Akron a few times this year, and it's always fun to see them when they come out to Indiana to play one of our teams. But these two haven't played each other this year, so we're looking forward to hopefully a really great matchup between these two teams. And that 5 seconds means we are about to get started with the first jam of the game. Nerdy Little Secret trying to find space on the inside. Will Smith trying to push up through the middle. Neither jammer finding space. Will Smith almost out at the front, gets lead jammer, but then gets pushed out and is being pulled to the back. But Will Smith does control this game. Nerdy Little Secret now trying to pull out to the front with a tripod of people. Nerdy Little Secret is able to get out. Will Smith still stuck. Has one more blocker to get past, does so, and immediately calls the jam, which means 0 points for either team. Carl says he may have jinxed Naptown. No, Carl, we haven't even really started yet. We can't jinx any team yet because both teams have scored 0 points, so no one is winning right now. Or you could look at it this way. Both teams are winning. If you're rooting for, or it's tied. Yes, it's a tie game. We're excited for both of our teams right now. All right, we've got Warp Speed on the line for Naptown. And Devious Diva is jamming for Akron. Devious Diva is stuck in the back right now while Warp Speed is trying to pull that pack apart, but it is Devious Diva who finds the space on the inside and gets out and through as your lead jammer. Warp Speed gets out as well, but is about half a track behind as that pack speeds up while Devious Diva is coming into the pack. Finds Huntress, gets a push to the outside, but was able to grab at least, I think, 2 points, looks like, for Akron. Akron goes on the board first. Mr. Bruise Guy, resubscribed All-Star with Crash Bandicoot, says, greetings from Tukes. Circle City this week is at Put Up Your Tukes in Canada, which is just really fun to say. And a hat. It's a hat. It's a Canadian hat. I just put up your toques. It just sounds cute. Ricky Bobby's got the star on for Naptown. And for Akron, we've got Bad Ash. Bad Ash getting pushed and pulled to the back by Amelia B. Killia from Naptown. Meanwhile, Ricky Bobby trying to pull that pack apart has 2 blockers to pass up at the front and does get out and will be lead jammer for Naptown. Bad Ash, meanwhile, was able to get some good offense from her teammates and is through. Ricky Bobby in the pack now on a scoring pass, has got all 4 Naptown blockers to get past, goes out of bounds and does call the jam. Was able to grab, it looks like, 2 points for the Tornado Sirens, and I don't know, am I allowed to call this a tie? Serious, we haven't decided whether or not I get to call it a tie this early. So Akron was ahead, and now it's a tie between Naptown and Akron. What a nail biter of a game so far. Yeah, I mean, the last time we did an Akron game, we did go into overtime. Just saying. No pressure, but we really like an overtime jam. Sarge on the line for Naptown and Nerdy Little Secret for Akron. Nerdy Little Secret getting pushed to the outside. Sarge getting pushed to the outside with a bit of a tumble at the back and getting pulled all the way to the back there by Finisher. Meanwhile, Nerdy Little Secret gets out at the front and will be your lead jammer for Akron All-Stars. Sarge was able to fight through and will be chasing down Nerdy Little Secret, who's currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Has 1 blocker to get past and hits those hips. 3 points for Akron. 5-2 Akron. This is very much of a hit it and quit it so far in this game of just get as many points as you can. And the second jammer, whoever is not lead, is doing a really great job of getting out and forcing that call off very quickly. So we will see if that continues as Willie is on the line for Naptown up against Devious Diva from Akron. And this pack is not moving. Willie playing a little defense at the beginning there. Devious Diva weaving through the pack to get out and become lead jammer. Willie gets out about half a track behind. This pack is now speeding up, and Devious Diva is racing to the pack, which has stopped at turn 3. Devious Diva coming into the pack, hoping to score some points. Akron is at the back of the pack, and Willie, I think, was able to steal a couple points there. Tornado Sirens actually outscoring Akron there, 2-1. Everybody's holding fingers up in the air saying how many points they think they've gotten. And we have got an official timeout happening as I think we're discussing potentially points because this is already a close game. We're only 5 minutes into the game so far, but every point counts, especially when you are looking at teams, 2 teams like this who have played each other a lot and have shared and traded wins and losses lots of times between each other. Let's look at who you are watching today. We have got Naptown led by Captain Ricky Bobby. The alternate is Trudy Botchery, one of the Tornado Sirens coaches. And you can see the names of everybody else. Lots of names we know here from Tornado Sirens. I'm seeing a few new names I haven't seen on the roster yet, so congratulations to those who have been bumped up to the All-Stars. Then we've got Akron, which is led by Devious Diva. And we have got lots of names that I also recognize having Derby Date Night. I feel like even though we haven't gone to Akron, we are like unofficial Akron streamers because we've done so many Akron games and we've connected with a lot of the Akron skaters, and you all are always so much fun to skate with. Yes, Will Smith was trying to hold up how many points they scored. Sometimes jammers try to count the points, and then they try to, there's a little bit of, it's just like, you communicate with the officials, and you say how much you think you got, and, sometimes you agree with the officials, and sometimes you don't. I don't know what it was that time. But right now, we've got Warp Speed jamming for Tornado Sirens and Bad Ash for Akron. Bad Ash is in the penalty box on a, oh no, I forgot my penalty cheat sheet, but that is a illegal contact, bad touch, a no touch. And Warp Speed was able to get out on this power jam while Bad Ash waits in the penalty box. And Warp Speed is approaching the pack. Bad Ash is now standing in the penalty box, so will be released in less than 10 seconds as Warp Speed tries to take advantage of this power jam and bring the Tornado Sirens to the lead. Warp Speed through. And Naptown does take the lead, 8-7. Bad Ash is out of the penalty box and currently trying to get through that pack. We've got one blocker from each team in the penalty box. Bad Ash, or Warp Speed gets through for 4 points. Bad Ash takes a little bit of a tumble, but is able to recover and get through and will be chasing down Warp Speed. Warp Speed is gone a little bit out of bounds and looks like she's not feeling too well. So we're gonna potentially, I think, is Warp Speed okay? We might need a little bit of a medical timeout. I think they're trying to call for a medical timeout right now. So we will be just a second and we will be right back. Okay, we are back. Unfortunately, Carl, it is not coffee time or tea time. It's biohazard time. So like I said, it's hot in here. So think about how hot it is, and then working out and pushing as a jammer or as a blocker, and using all of your energy and what might happen. So, yeah. That we might have a few biohazards today, so I would not be surprised. But we are back to Derby now, and we have got Ricky Bobby out as your lead jammer, but it is Nerdy Little Secret who is chasing down Ricky Bobby, and those two are going to race to the pack. It's interesting how these packs are really trying to speed up and go fast as the jammers are approaching the packs, which is a good strategy. It seems like they haven't quite figured out whether or not they want to be in the front or the back at this point, because I'm noticing both teams trying a different strategy with that, but definitely the speeding up of the pack. Hydration is your friend today, Mr. Bruise Guy. Every time you hear me say jammer, you should take a drink of water. Not a drink of beer, because that doesn't actually hydrate you. Even though it tastes cool, but it's not going to give you that hydration. Ricky Bobby does decide to call the jam. Both jammers scoring point for point with each other. Both jammers scoring 4. Tornado Sirens stay up by 4 points. Yes, I will list the officials today. I forgot to end the poll, but let's see how many of you are here rooting for different things. We have got 42% of you here for Akron, 33% for Naptown, 19% for bad dad jokes, and 4% sadly for the officials. Well, I'm gonna throw in an extra 20 billion% for the officials because our on skates officials right now, we only have 5 out there. So it is a thin reffing crew today, but we are so glad to have them here and their ability to be here to help and be here as great officials. We appreciate all of them. And during the next break, I will also list off who is here today. Devious Diva is your lead jammer. Sarge, jamming for Naptown, was able to get out, or was not able to get out, is holding the star right now. So Sarge is at the back of the pack and might be looking for the pivot Huntress, who, yes, does now have the star. There was a little bit of a tumble up that happened there at the end of that jam. No points scored by 4 points scored by Akron, making this a tie game. 10 minutes in. Okay, Bruce, I told you I would tell you who's playing. Let's see. We have got Melody Mayhem, Pure Polly, Tough Tone Tony, Whack, and I'm not sure who skater who is skating in the B game for Akron, who became an official literally 2 minutes before the game started. Thank you very much. And your non-skating officials are Wild Irish Rosie, Ada Love Mace, Goratisha Adams, Trash Wizard, Dirt Diggler, Resting Beach Face, Jay, Silken Tofu, and Eggs. All right, Ricky Bobby and Bad Ash jamming for their respective teams. Ricky Bobby getting pulled back to the inside of the track, and Bad Ash is out as your lead jammer for Akron. The star has been passed, and License to Kill has taken the star and is now the jammer for Naptown. Bad Ash does decide to call that jam, and Akron will take the lead. Julie, thank you. Cheers to the officials. Yes, we appreciate the officials so incredibly much. Oh, that garbage can doesn't need to be next to me. What? Why are we putting it next to me? Oh, it's empty? Okay. I thought it was the used garbage can. I was like, no, I don't need that. Oh, it's supposed to be on the Akron, team bench. Oh, well, I can't move, so whatever. Okay, Sarge jamming for Naptown and Nerdy Little Secret for Akron. Whistles happening, which means penalties are happening. Oh, it's Nerdy Little Secret headed to the box, so this will be a power jam for Sarge. Nerdy Little Secret gets called on a multiplayer, which is not a typical Derby jammer penalty except for this season. Those of you who have been watching Derby Date Night. Angie Hampson, let's go Akron. You're not here today? Angie, I'm used to seeing you every time you come. I'm so sad. We're missing you, but I'm glad that you're here in the chat. Sarge trying to take advantage of this power jam. Sarge is lead jammer, but has got to get through these Akron jammers. Takes a hit to the outside and is going to be pulled all the way to the back. Nerdy Little Secret gets out of the box and will be coming in. Sarge currently on a scoring pass, but Nerdy Little Secret has not finished that initial pass. So now Nerdy Little Secret is out and will be eligible to score points when they come around again. Sarge is pulling that pack apart at the front. Nerdy Little Secret eligible to score points is coming up on Huntress and Asian Sensation and is finding all 4 blockers, a blocktopus, as we say, at the back of the pack. Sarge continuing to push at the front of the pack. If you saw that move that Nerdy Little Secret grabbed one of the blockers' shirts there, that's how a jammer can get a multiplayer, usually, when they're trying to get a whip off of one of their skaters and someone challenges the link when they're pulling on that jersey. That can cause a multiplayer if someone challenges that link. So that's where we've seen a number of extra multiplayers for jammers that we don't typically see. The star has been passed to Huntress for Naptown, which also means this is going to be a 2-minute jam, but we only have 10 seconds left. Yep, exactly, Bruce Guy, who says exactly what I just said. Yes, Angie, I do remember the last time you were here. Oh, you don't want to skate at this specific place. I got it. That makes sense. I do remember. And yeah, it's not as hot as last time you were here. The air conditioning is actually working this time. So even though it feels like 102 outside, it does not feel like 102 in here. And Sirius, yeah, that's what the weather app says. It says it feels like 102 outside. It's gross. It's sticky and gross. But inside, it's pretty cool. and that's nice. We have got an official timeout happening right now, which means I get to open my book of dad jokes. For those who weren't around last weekend when we did the JRDA regional tournament, I received a gift from one of our junior skaters, Nutcase Grace, brought me a dad joke book. So I am excited to share with you some of these books. Okay, we've got different categories to choose from here, Sirius. We've got the daily grind, which is work, school, and other necessary evils. Humor in the house, family life and creature comforts. Sports and leisure, AKA what dads don't have time for. You want to do sports and leisure? Okay, but just so you know, the other ones are for your health, fitness, aging, and eventual death. You can't make this stuff up, real life funnies. So those are the categories. Do you want to do sports and leisure? Sports and leisure for 500. Alex, let's see. Page 83. I feel like a teacher. How many golfers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Come on, you can get this one serious. 4. No, really, how many golfers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 5. Okay, 6. Fine, it's 7. Is it that because they can't get it in at the end? They lie. Oh, because they lie about their... Oh, somebody wanted, hold on, serious. If you go back all the way up before the poll, can you feature, so Rio, I know you didn't send a super chat, but I just want to show everybody if you want to send a super chat, so let's feature Rio's message. Go up, scroll up. Because Rio wants to say, we love you, Devious, Sicko, and Rush from Crooked River Roller Derby. RIOO. He still can't find it. But I was going to have Sirius feature it so you can see what a super chat looks like. Let's go, Poogs. You got this, Devious. Okay, you can do that one. You want to feature? Okay, Sirius doesn't want to feature any chats right now. He goes, what? All right, I'll tell them their joke while you try to figure out how to do super chats again. Clint Eastwood opened up a preschool. It's called Go Ahead and Make My Daycare Center. That was stupid. These are dad jokes, serious. You know this. I wonder if anybody's going to tell us what this official review is about. When I grow up, I want to be a musician. Well, honey, you know you can't do both. You know, I actually like that one because you shouldn't ever grow up. I haven't grown up. I'm never going to grow up. Yes, I know it's hot, serious. Are you going to show me a super chat or not? Just choose one. Choose Let's Go Poogs. You got this, Devious, because Angie said she's going to kill you, Amanda, so we should definitely feature that so that everybody can see it. There. That's what a super chat looks like. So if you click that little $sign down at the bottom, you can send one of these, and it will automatically go up there, and we'll make lots of attention about your favorite skater or official or Derby Date Night or Heat, whatever. Oh, I get to find out what that was. Yay!
Akron is using their official review, requesting the 4 points that was given to the Naptown Jammer to be removed because they never made it out on their initial. They ended up passing because they were reabsorbed, so therefore the 4 points that they received, the 5 points, 4 of those they're requesting to be removed.
Are they discussing it right now, whether or not that's going to happen? Thank you. Okay, so that review was Akron asking for, so there were 5 points given to the Tornado Sirens in the last jam. Akron was claiming that the Naptown skater who got lead was reabsorbed into the pack and thus did not make that first initial pass to earn those 4 points because they were reabsorbed. So they are asking for 4 points to be removed from the Tornado Sirens score and only 1 point to be awarded because there was only 1 pass to be made. So the officials are discussing it right now, and we will let you know what the decision is as soon as that has been communicated with the teams and we know what is going to be happening. What? Oh, Sirius wants another joke. I got excited when my son joined the cross-country team, but then I learned they don't cross the country and they're back home in just a few hours. like that one. That was a good one. How do snowboarders introduce themselves? Sorry, dude. Because snowboarders are all over the freaking mountain, and they get in your way, and they're annoying. Sorry, that wasn't to any of you who snowboard. That was just to Sirius, because I am a skier, and he is a snowboarder. Oh, he's giving me a thumbs down for being a skier. So we have a little bit of a, we have opinions about each other's chosen board. Hey, wait a second. I'm a skier. You're a snowboarder. I am also a roller skater, and you're a roller blader. Do you think that is that's something that correlates?
Blue is going to retain their official review.
Thank you very much. Blue is going to retain their official review, so those 4 points will be removed. And Julie likes my jokes. See? Derby date night. We make official reviews fun. I mean, what else do you do while they discuss and figure things out and all that good stuff? That was a really good use of an official review for Akron there, because we are halfway through the first half. This is so low scoring. Maybe it's because we did juniors last weekend and they scored like 300 points in a game, but neither one is even close to the 50 mark. And we're halfway through the first half. This is crazy. All right, but we are back to the Derby. Those points were removed, so Akron is now ahead by 8. Akron 28, Tornado Sirens 20. And here we go with another jam. We've got one blocker in the box for each team. License to Kill and Devious Diva. Devious Diva is your lead jammer for Akron. License to Kill trying to find space, is trying to pull that pack apart at the front, gets through. Devious Diva currently in the pack on a scoring pass, does a little bit of a jump, but gets a track cut penalty and is going to be headed to the box. So this will be a power jam for License to Kill and Naptown Sirens, who are hoping to catch up on that score. Did Sirens just go down one more point? Okay, now I'm confused. They started this jam with 20 points. Now they have 19. I'm a little confused. But anyway, Lysis is trying to call it, not realizing Lysis is not lead. Okay, a little bit of confusion out there. Lysis was trying to call it, but Lysis is not lead. This jam is continuing. The ref did say, sorry, didn't mean to, so we're going to keep going. That jam is going to get called off for an official review, I believe. So, does that mean more jokes? Does that mean more dad jokes? Hey, guess what, Sirius? I am taking part in a stair climbing competition. Guess I better step up my game. Oh, this is a long joke. I don't know. Is this going to be a long timeout? No, I think we're getting back to the Derby. I think. Okay, but I still want to know all of your opinion. Do you think that there's a correlation between snowboarders equal rollerbladers and skiers equal roller skaters? Because snowboard is just one long thing, just like a rollerblade, whereas skis, you've got two, and roller skates, you've got two, like you're on both feet. So is there a correlation? Because there is with Sirius and I'm just wondering if other people also have that correlation or if they go both ways. Okay, Ricky Bobby has the star on. I think we're still in an official timeout. What are you pointing at? A power jam. Oh, okay, Devious Diva is in the box. Oh, yeah, because Devious Diva got called on a penalty during that jam, and then things got weird. We do Derby. I'd say that phrase a lot. Things got weird. It's like one of my favorite phrases. What? What? Sirius is asking me all these things. Okay, we're back to being professional and ready to go with the Derby. Ricky Bobby on a power jam. Naptown doing the passive offense. Nice job by Trudy Botchery here, going all the way to the back, like just pulling it back, and so that Devious Diva has a little bit further to go to get in. But Devious Diva comes out of that box and does grab lead jammer. Always fun for a jammer to come out and grab lead when they were coming from the penalty box. Huntress is now the jammer for Naptown and did get out of the pack as well. Devious Diva, I really love watching Devious Diva jump through the pack. Like, Devious Diva is able to go from the outside to the inside, and I don't know if it's like on both, if it's a what's it called? Is she skating in and out, or is she actually like physically jumping, like 1 foot in? I'll watch next time. It's fun to watch. Yeah, I just love watching it. Julie says I can roller skate and rollerblade, but can't do either snowboard or ski. Well, that's a whole nother formula. We were also raised in Seattle, so we had a lot more access to snowboarding and skiing. Our youngest keeps asking us to go snowboarding, and I'm like, I don't even know where we would go. Warp Speed jamming against Bad Ash. We don't have a lot of mountains here in Indiana. Do we have any mountains? No. We might have some hills. Okay. Warp Speed is pulling the pack apart at the front, has 1 blocker to get past. Angie says Devious is a gazelle. Yes, that is exactly what Devious Diva skates like. It looks very gazelle-like. Like a gazelle jumping through the woods. Okay, penalty was called on Bad Ash, who will be sitting in the penalty box while Warp Speed is trying to find some space, getting some offense there from Lysis to kill, as Naptown decides to take a little bit more of a, nope, they're coming up, providing the offense, trying to open that inside line for Warp Speed, who's trying to pull that pack apart at the front. Akron doing a great job recycling to the front. And that jam is called. I do think Naptown got another couple points there. 28-32. This is a 4-point game with 12 minutes left. Wait, there's indoor places to ski, Mr. Bruce Guy? And Austin says there's perfect north slopes down near Cincy. Okay, so there are places. Indoor places? How will you ski indoors? I mean, I guess you just ski, but I didn't know that. That's cool. Ricky Bobby on the line for Naptown while Akron waits in the penalty box but is standing. So Bad Ash, who was on a penalty from the last jam, is going to be let out of that box. Okay, Bad Ash is through. Okay, Bad Ash is, okay, Ricky Bobby's holding the star, but it's not look like trying to go to the pivot because the pivot is busy blocking Bad Ash, who is in the pack on a first scoring pass. Ricky Bobby was able to get out, but will not be able to score any points as that jam will be called, and Akron was able to get 3 points. Okay. We should take our kiddo there. Oh, speaking of kiddos, I forgot to tell you all. I know I used to tell you at the beginning of every Derby Date Night stream, our kids, OMG and LOL, are here with us, or they've stayed at home. But I kind of stopped saying that because both of them are like, we're staying home, we're staying home, we're staying home. But our oldest decided to come here with us today and bring a friend, and they are both on our cameras. So we have got we've got LOL on our turn 1 camera, and his friend Keegan is on our turn 3 camera today. So thank you very much, teenagers, for being able to be bribed easily with snacks and a fun time, and they are here on our cameras today. So we really appreciate having live camera operators to be able to help us bring you all the best Derby. Sarge is currently lead jammer. Nerdy Little Secret, meanwhile, jamming for Akron. Nerdy Little Secret hopping around Asian to get out at the front, and will be chasing down Sarge, who is on a first scoring pass. Sarge is got 2 blockers at the front to get through. Nice job there by the Akron blockers, holding Sarge and preventing too many points from being scored, because Sarge couldn't get out for that whole jam. So that was great. Uh-oh, Carl has a confession to make. Make sure it's appropriate. Carl used to have a roller skating rink that had a large room next to it with a slope to practice snowboarding. I always regret not having lessons. Oh, that sounds like fun. Oh, the jammer's in the box. Sirius is pointing. We need to come. You said you were going to get flashcards to like talk to me so that I don't have to like analyze your pointing signals, because I don't know what you're pointing at me. Anyway, Nerdy Little Secret is in the box. So this is a power jam for Warp Speed and the Tornado Sirens. So far, the Tornado Sirens have had a hard time capitalizing on these power jams because Akron's had a few of them, but it's been hard because this defense, both of these teams, their defenses are so strong. This is a very low scoring game. I do not normally see this low scoring of a game, and this is incredibly strong defensively, which is why it's hard to get in. Warp Speed is on a scoring pass and sweeps around to grab 4 points. Nerdy Little Secret, meanwhile, has gotten... Did Nerdy Little Secret get out on the initial? I was watching Warp Speed, so I'm not sure. Warp Speed takes a little bit of a tumble. Warp Speed is through for another 4 points for Naptown. Nerdy Little Secret has passed the star to the pivot, who will now be the jammer for Akron. That is Twin Pistol. And Twin Pistol is chasing down Warp Speed, who just went through the pack on another scoring pass. Warp Speed calls the jam, and the Tornado Sirens have now taken the lead. No, they didn't. It looks like the call-off was a little late there, or maybe the noting of the call-off was a little late. I'm not sure which one. Akron grabbing those 4 points at the end there to go 42-40. Ego, hello. It's nice to see you. Always. How did your garage sale go? Did you sell everything? Or did you just throw everything to the Goodwill and call it good? You know, trying to move is so difficult because you always find so many things that you had no idea were even there. Like, I'm terrified for the next time we move. All right, Akron grabbing lead jammer very quickly there. Okay, who is that? 777, that is Devious Diva. Of course it is. It's the Gazelle. Okay, Ricky Bobby jamming for Naptown, down to 1 blocker to get past. Meanwhile, Devious Diva coming in on a scoring pass, got slowed down, but has gotten through. These packs are starting to loosen up a little bit as we get into the last 10 minutes of this first half here. Nice offense there from Amelia to try and help Ricky. Something weird happening with a star pass. That was cute. Did you see that? License to Kill picked up the star, handed it to Ricky Bobby. Both of them just standing there, and Ricky just hands it right back to Lysis. Oh, no. And then Lysis went to the penalty box. I don't know what for. I'm assuming we're about to find out. But Devious Diva also in the penalty box. Both of them are looking at the... Okay. Devious Diva didn't realize that Lysis was there as the jammer. So Devious Diva is now released from the penalty box and now has a power jam. Lysis is out of the box, and that power jam is now over. Devious Diva is through for 4 points for Akron. This jam is going to go all 2 minutes. Devious Diva through again. These packs are getting a little bit, they're not as stuck together as they were at the beginning of the game, but they're working on it. Okay, Akron completely focused on defense, focused on License to Kill. Ricky Bobby coming up to try and provide some offense. Devious Diva has only 2 blockers to get past. Huntress and Asian Sensation are going to just work hard together. Good blocking from both teams. We are down to 6 minutes left in this game. For those of you who have not watched Derby Date Night before, during halftime, we always choose 1 jammer and 1 blocker from each team to nominate as our skater of the game. Then you all, as the chat, get to vote on who that person is. So if you have anyone you would like us to consider as skater of the game, please let us know. Whoever wins skater of the game will receive our special and coveted Derby Date Night sticker that says skater of the game, and there are very few of them because we only give away 1 every single game we do. I'm about to get some information.
I realized we never told you the last official review.
Oh, the last official review, yes.
Akron was asking about the legal call-off.
Okay.
It's chalked up to ref error. There is nothing that happens. We just go on.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
The last official review was Akron asking about a call-off and when it happened, and that was chalked up to ref error, and when there is a ref error, there is really nothing else to do, and that it is what it is. So, and again, I will say to the crowd, we have very few refs today. They are working on a skeleton crew, and I cannot emphasize enough how I know this game is incredibly important to all the skaters out there, but to make sure, and these skaters have been doing a great job at this so far, and hopefully that continues throughout the rest of the night today, but even when your ref crew is down and maybe misses a couple things, this is still a game. We are just having fun, and these refs are volunteers. And if you want refs to come and be around and ref these games, you want to be kind, polite, forgiving, and shower them with all the love that you have, because there are not as many refs as there are games in a small area, and refs have to sometimes choose where they go, and they choose the places that treat them with respect and kindness. So this is a very small ref crew. I'm going to step down from my soapbox. That was my PSA to love your refs and your NSOs, because Derby would not happen without them, and we need all of them out there on the track doing the things that they're doing. Bad Ash jamming for Akron up against Sarge for Tornado Sirens. Sarge is trying to pull that pack apart, look at that tripod of doom Sarge is dealing with, but Sarge is getting a penalty, it looks like. So this is going to be, oh wait, but so is Bad Ash? They're both confused. They're both going to the penalty box. They both have to sit. Now Sarge is going to be released, because Sarge will only sit for as long as Bad Ash sat. Now Bad Ash will be released very shortly. So this is like the tiniest little power jam ever. It is just a little break for the blockers out on the track, and a way to, the score, that's a whole minute of the jam. Oh, Carl, I'm glad you find it exciting. You're right, Carl, I know you're here all the time. This is a really cool game, honestly, because it is so defensively played. I also want to, Sirius, if you can get it ready at the next 30-second break, I want to look at penalties. We don't have a whole lot, but everybody's gotten a few, and I feel like penalties have played a big part in this so far, because whenever the blockers are gone on penalties, the jammers are having an easier time getting through. But when there is no one in the box, nobody's getting through anything. Yes, Mr. Bruise Guy, there are many tournaments happening right now across the country and in other countries. That is true as well. Nerd of the Month votes for Devious Diva and Sicko getting nominated. Any other thoughts on good blockers, good jammers? Sarge headed to the box again, looks like on a back block. So Bad Ash is going to get a short power jam, and we are going to start the next jam as a power jam for Akron, who has extended their lead a little bit more to 64-42 as we get towards the end of this first half. All right, penalties. So Naptown has got 7 people with penalties, no more than 2. Let's look at Akron. We got a few more, 6 people with penalties, a few with 3. So those with 3, and 2 of those are jammers. So they might want to be a little bit careful, because you only get 6 for free, and once you hit 7, and they don't reset after the half. So you take those penalties into the next half with you. If you get 7, you are fouled out of the game. So you only get 6 for free. And like I was saying, whatever people are in the penalty box, it seems like those packs are starting to break apart a little bit more. Nerdy Little Secret getting a penalty and headed to the box. So Sarge is going to be released. As Nerdy Little Secret sits, Sarge is released, and this is now going to be a 2-minute jam. Kimbo! Hello! It wasn't a Shenana jam, but it actually kind of was. It was like a 2-second Shenana jam, and Kimbo showed up. Didn't even realize it. The Shenana jam is copywritten by Kimbo Slicer. So we're always happy. Oh, look, all of Circle City is now joining the chat. I guess you guys are done playing. Looks like you won. Yeah, you did. Circle City beat Ottawa. Good job, Circle City. And Race City beat the Wrecking Balls. A nice day for Indiana roller derby. Let's see if that continues in this game between Naptown and the Akron All-Stars. Okay. Nerdy Little Secret back out of the box, and only 2 blockers to get past on Naptown. Sarge has that star off, has handed it to, I believe that's Lysis. Lysis is got a tripod at the front as Nerdy Little Secret comes around on a scoring pass. 1.5 minutes left in this first half. A little bit of a banana jam with some falling down. Lysis taking a second, or that's Warp Speed. Warp Speed taking a second to recover there. Oh, Nerdy Little Secret headed to the box again. I think that makes 5 now for Nerdy Little Secret. Nerdy Little Secret was already on 3, and that's 2 more. So that's going to be rough. That was not what Nerdy Little Secret wanted to see. 1 minute left. We're probably going to start this next jam with Nerdy in the box. But it's going to be a short power jam for Naptown to start this next jam. I think we have time for 1 more. Oh, Circle City is the first team you ever saw play on Derby Date Night. Carl, we love you. I was chatting with some people, and we were talking about how you're usually here. They were like, oh, yeah, we know Carl. You've become kind of our honorary Australian. Yeah, Kimbo says, we love you, Carl. We love that we have an Australian fan that just loves Indiana roller derby. Nerd of the Month, Seconds, Adrenaline Rush. Okay, I've got a lot of nominations here for Akron skaters. I haven't seen a lot of nominations. Poogs and Rush. Okay, who is Poogs? Because that's a nickname, right? How about Naptown? Ricky Bobby getting lead jammer on this power jam. Nerdy Little Secret is released from the box, still on her initial. The period clock is coming to an end, so this will be the last jam of the first half. Oh, did you see that spin? And Nerdy Little Secret did land in bounds and was able to get through on that initial. Ricky Bobby does decide to call that after scoring, it looks like 2 points for the Tornado Sirens, bringing them within 20. So we are going to go to a 15-minute halftime with this incredibly low-scoring, defensively tough game. We will be back with the conclusion of this game here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night, where we bring you good roller derby and bad jokes. Sirius is about to get mad at me because as he went to do a couple things, I told him that I took care of my nominations for Skater of the Game, but I've been talking with people for the last 15 minutes, and I have not taken care of my nominations for Skater of the Game, so I'm going to have to try and type and talk at the same time. I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't mean to. Carl, who is from Australia, is giving us all the tea on the cool things to do in Akron, Ohio. So they have a haunted house. That sounds like fun. It looks like Mama Willie, Julie, that Willie is back. I don't know why we didn't see Willie in the first part of the first half, but I see Willie now. So hopefully we'll get to see more skating from Willie in the second half of the game. Woohoo! All right, I'm gonna try and type and talk. I love Google Maps. Google Maps is the best. Do you ever look up Google Maps when you're about to go somewhere to see what the parking lot situation is going to be like? Because I do. What? I know I'm supposed to be typing, but I'm also Who do you vote for us? Can you go through penalties while I'm typing this? And they can just look at the penalties while I type. Do you have anything to say about it? Yep. So few people with 3. Nerdy Little Secret is the only one who is in danger. I'm doing well here, Sirius. I promised you. Devious Diva on the line for Akron and Ricky Bobby for Naptown. And that whistle means we are back to the Derby, and I will stop. I will start talking again once I've finished writing all this down. I'm almost done, promise. Lead jammer went to Devious Diva from Akron, but Ricky Bobby has been able to get out of the pack. All right, I'm going to put up the poll, and you will be able to vote for your Skater of the Game. Whoever wins it will get a sticker. That's right. But I'm not going to close this poll until 5 minutes left in the game. And so take your time if you're not sure who to vote for. Only one skater, not one from each team, only one skater will win Skater of the Game. The poll is up. And we have started doing this every game now, just as a fun little thing for Derby Date Night and for you all to have a chance to vote for your Skater of the Game. All right, with that being said, I can talk again now that I'm done typing. Sorry, Sirius. I did the thing I told you I wasn't going to do anymore, but we all know I'm not controllable. Bad Ash from Akron All-Stars is your lead jammer for Akron. Warp Speed jamming for Tornado Sirens has passed the star to Huntress, who is now the jammer. Huntress sees some space on the inside line and is able to get through. Okay, I heard a bell, but it wasn't the cowbell, Julie. So I don't know whose bell I heard. Did you send a cowbell with someone? Did you hear that? I heard a bell. Somebody else must have one. Akron scoring 3 points in that jam, but bringing themselves to 71. Abby Duffield is here. Hi. Good to see ya. You are joining us for the second half of the first of 2 games. After this game, we will have the B teams for Akron and Naptown playing each other. I think it starts at 5. I have the schedule here somewhere. 4:50. All right, Sarge jamming for the Sirens and Nerdy Little Secret for Akron. Nerdy Little Secret taking a hit to the inside by Pink Stitches, slowing Nerdy down. Sarge, meanwhile, has got 2 blockers up at the front and is trying to get through. Just Janice Choplim's left. Nice one-on-one blocking being done there, but Sarge is able to get out and become lead jammer. Nerdy Little Secret, meanwhile, coming out of the pack, decides to call the jam. Wait. Nerdy Little Secret was the lead jammer. I guess Sarge got out after the initial. Yay, cowbell, hopefully for Naptown. I'm not sure, I just hear it. Maybe it's just for Go Sports. Ricky Bobby on the line for Naptown up against Devious Diva. Both jammers here are nominated for Skater of the Game. And here we go, Devious Diva trying to go up the middle. Ricky Bobby also trying to go up the middle. Devious Diva finding space on the outside, but also finding Asian Sensation, who has to let her go, and Devious Diva is going to be your lead jammer. Devious Diva in the pack and hitting those hips, but I think was able to get away with 1 point there for Akron. We have got Bad Ash on the line for Akron and Willie back for Naptown. Oh, Elsie Hammer, hello, we miss you. I hope you guys are having fun in Canada. Did you play all your games, or do you have another game tomorrow for Circle City? I also wish you guys had a live stream. Bad Ash is at the back of the pack, kind of sweeping back and forth. It is Will Smith who comes out with lead jammer. That pack is stretching out. Nice pullback by Amelia there to slow down. Looks like the pivot, but also not able to do offense for Bad Ash. So Bad Ash was able to get out. Will be eligible to score points if Willie does not call it. The pack has sped up. Bad Ash is approaching Naptown at the back of the pack. Willie also in the pack. Getting some help from Asian there. Willie kind of going back and forth, pulling that pack apart at the front. One more game tonight at 8. I love that you guys are between games and you decide to join on Derby Date Night and chime in and say hello. Always fun to see our good skating friends supporting each other. Bad Ash pulled to the back again. And Naptown forming a tripod at the back. Willie, meanwhile, at the front, able to avoid a nice big ol' hit there from Finisher, but Willie was able to stay in bounds and upright and get through. And Will Smith is through for another 4 points for the Tornado Sirens, starting to chip into that lead that Akron has established. Get your guacamole, because we got some chips happening here. I really want guacamole. Usually I don't want guacamole when I say that, but right now, chips and guacamole just sounds delightful. Will Smith, oh! Almost staying in bounds for that hole. Oh, that was beautiful. 16 points for the Tornado Sirens. At the very end, Akron did pass the star. Oh, 20 total points. Oh, okay, 19. The numbers keep changing. Okay, for realsies, we are within 9 points of Akron at this point. So Akron is going to be definitely trying to get lead here to get that lead back and stretch it back out, as Naptown is just biting at the heels of Akron here. Looks like we have one blocker in the box for Akron. Nerdy Little Secret jamming for Akron. Ricky Bobby for Naptown. Nerdy Little Secret is pulling the pack to the front, has got one to pass. Oh no, Nerdy Little Secret with a 6th penalty, and this will now be a power jam for Ricky Bobby and Naptown. Ricky Bobby was getting pulled back to the back. Now Naptown coming in to do some offense to help Ricky Bobby through. Lead jammer still has not been established. So Ricky still does have the opportunity to get that, but is currently engaged in a tripod of doom. The stream for CCRD was on the Facebook page, Jammer Stream Multimedia. Oh, thanks, Lego. I will have to check that out for sure. I would love to do a rewatch. Okay, Ricky getting some assistance. I love that Ricky is literally fighting for their life out there and has the biggest smile on their face. Ricky is just enjoying Derby, but also, whew, Nerdy Little Secret out of the penalty box and in the pack on her initial. So not scoring points right now. Ricky Bobby also not scoring points, being held by that pack and just trying to figure out how to get, this tripod is so strong for Akron. Okay, Ricky's getting some assistance now from Naptown blockers. Ricky's continuing to pull forward. He's got one blocker left. Akron doing a great job rotating to the front. And there it is, Ricky getting lead jammer and immediately calling it. That was rough, and Ricky did a great job with a smile on their face the whole time. I just love that Ricky was smiling. I'm like, I would not have been smiling. There is no way I would have been smiling during that whole thing. All right, who do we got? We got Sarge on the line for Naptown. And 777, that is Devious Diva. Sarge starting from way back, getting a little bit of, what's it called, momentum, but it is not enough because Devious Diva has gotten through that pack before Sarge. Sarge is able to get through, though, and is about half a track behind. Everybody's all broken up, and Devious Diva is able to kind of dash through, but finds Huntress at the front. Huntress, who is great at that one-on-one blocking, is able to hold Devious Diva, but Devious Diva is swallowed up. Sarge sneaking through to match Akron point for point there. Sarge is coming in again. And calls the jam. Both teams scoring 4 points. And that jam was a draw. All right, Nerdy Little Secret on 6 penalties at this point. So I think they're just gonna play Nerdy Little Secret until she fouls out at this point. Like, that's kind of what I do. She's one of their main jammers. If she does foul out, though, that could affect Akron's game for the rest of the game. Akron has had the lead since early in the first half, and Naptown has gotten a little bit closer recently, but has still not, there's been no lead change. So it'll be interesting. Yes, Tripod of Doom. All right, Warp Speed jamming for Tornado Sirens, and Nerdy Little Secret is your lead jammer, taking a big ol' hit from Asian, and Nerdy Little Secret gets lead, and Asian ended up getting an out-of-play block there, so Nerdy Little Secret did not have to yield because that hit was out of play. Nerdy is in the pack on a scoring pass right now. Huntress has taken the star, taking a hit out by Sicko. And Huntress is getting a penalty as the jammer for Naptown. So this is now a power jam for Nerdy. Nerdy's going to immediately call it and freeze Huntress in the box. So we are going to start this next jam with a 30-second 30-second power jam for Huntress. Ooh, smart call on Naptown here. Willie is going out as a blocker and has the pivot. So if Huntress, who can't, even though Huntress is always telling me that they can't, they're like, I'm going to have to jam. And I'm like, Huntress, you're a very good jammer. And Huntress is more of a pivot. Huntress will always tell you that they are more of a pivot. But Willie is there with the pivot on in case Huntress needs to pass it. But first, Devious Diva is going to have 30 seconds. And there it is, Devious Diva coming in with that lead jammer status. So Huntress still not standing. Devious Diva in the pack on a scoring pass. Has, with a beautiful spin at the top, staying in bounds, avoiding a hit from Willie, is through for 4 points. Huntress now standing, about to come out of the box. Takes a hit to the inside. As Huntress comes out of the box, Devious Diva does call it and was able to grab 5 points in that jam. We are almost halfway through the second half of this game. Only 16 points separate these two teams. The poll for Skater of the Game is open until 5 minutes left, so a little bit more than 10 game minutes to vote. We've got Nerdy Little Secret on the line again for Akron and Ricky Bobby for Naptown. We have seen these two up against each other a number of times. Nerdy Little Secret going to the front. Ricky Bobby getting some assistance there from Flannery. But lead, I think, was already called by Nerdy, so Nerdy will be in charge of this jam as Ricky is getting a sped up pack, takes a hit out. I think that's, it's 6-8-2 on Akron, doing Deadeye Hunter, doing some great blocking there for Akron. Pack has slowed to almost a stop. Flannery has taken a star pass, but was just a little bit out of bounds there trying to get over the apex and had to reset at the back. Same thing happened again. The pivot from Akron. Sicko, I think that's Sicko, or that's finished. No, that's Sicko. Sicko has got Flannery's number right now, but Flannery is able to get around Sicko and get through. Nerdy Little Secret has been held at the back. Trudy and Nerdy with a smile to each other as Nerdy is like, wow, you held me for a long time there. And Nerdy Little Secret, you know, giving props there where it is. Timeout being called by Akron, and you guys have missed my jokes. I know you have. This is a really long joke, so I don't know. And again, these jokes are not, these are from the joke book, so they're not pre-screened. So if they're bad, oh well. I never promise you good jokes. It's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and a man makes his way to a seat at center court. He sits down and notices that the seat next to him is empty. He leans over and asks his neighbor if someone is sitting there. The man responds, no, the seat's empty. The first man exclaims, what? Who in their right mind would have a seat like this for the NBA Finals and not use it? The neighbor responds, well, the seat is mine, but my wife passed away, and this is the first NBA Finals we haven't been together. I'm sorry to hear that. Wasn't there anyone else, a friend or a relative, that could have taken that seat? No, they're all at the funeral. I think he should go to his wife's funeral. Serious? If this was okay, if one of our date night teams was in like the World Cup, whatever, the WIFTA championships, and I died, would you go to my funeral or would you go to the WIFTA World Champions? You take my ashes. Okay, Devious Diva and Will Smith jamming. Will Smith getting lead. The crowd is excited. Ultra Ego's upset. Did that joke upset you? Adrenaline Rush taking that star pass and is in the pack, currently scoring points. Willie is not calling it, has scored 4 points. Oh! Did you? That was beautiful. Whew. I love those avoiding those hits like that. Adrenaline Rush doing a great job. It's a pivot. I love it when a pivot scores points. Adrenaline Rush is pretty much always a pivot and doing a great job forcing that call off by Willie. Isn't that a good-looking ref crew, Kimbo? And a thin ref crew, a skinny ref crew, a skeleton ref crew. It is a small but mighty ref crew. They are doing a wonderful job today. Abby said we'd go to your funeral but stream the World Cup there too. Oh yeah, yep. Sirius says he would have my funeral at the World Cup. Although WIFTA has the World Championship, and then there is the World Cup, which I don't think Indiana is allowed to just go to the World Cup as Indiana. They'd all have to make Team USA roller derby. We've got one. We have one. We just need all the rest of you from Indiana to make the World Cup. Then I would allow my funeral to be at the World Cup. That Ash, your lead jammer for Akron, as we've gone on this complete tangent here. Sarge jamming for Tornado Sirens, has 2 to beat and is through. But Bad Ash is already scoring points, takes a hit to the outside, and calls the jam. Sarge getting that call off there. 4 points for Akron. Okay, so Sirius, you're looking glum. Yeah, my doctor says I can't play derby anymore. Well, I guess it's Aria, you're looking glum. My doctor says I can't play derby anymore. Really? I didn't know he'd ever seen you play. Warp Speed and Devious Diva up against each other. Yes, there are, Mr. Bruise Guy with the facts. There are a few Indiana skaters headed to the World Cup this year and several officials that have been on DDN. That is absolutely true, Mr. Bruised Guy. We're making it international here. We have lots of good friends going to the World Cup. Warp Speed is your lead jammer for Tornado Sirens, who are down by 17 points right now, and Devious Diva is... Where is Devious Diva? In the box with the forearm? Devious Diva is standing, about to be released. Warp Speed has scored 4 points. Devious Diva is out. Warp Speed coming into the pack, takes a little tumble. Devious Diva jumping around like the gazelle she is. Has one to beat. Asian at the front. Ooh. That was a big ol' hit to get out. Those shoulder hits, they just hurt me just watching. Eric says, sorry I didn't bring charcuterie. A bit out of the country. Yes, you are. What a game, though. So we actually went last night and we bought ourselves a charcuterie board to bring today because we were excited about having one of our kids be here, and we were excited. We forgot the charcuterie board, and so we told the younger one, we said, go at it, eat it. So he is enjoying an entire charcuterie board to himself right now while we are here, but we did get Jimmy John's, so we're still well fed, Eric. We miss you, though. Ricky Bobby and Nerdy Little Secret. This game has gotten so freaking close now. And lead jammer goes to Ricky Bobby. Nerdy Little Secret still on 6. I'm really impressed with Nerdy Little Secret, who has been on 6 penalties for like a while and just keeps playing. Usually when a skater gets high on penalties, they start not playing because they're worried. But I feel like Akron is just like, you know what? We're just going to play her till she falls out. And I feel like the juniors do that too. When I went from last weekend and the couple times we've done junior tournaments, sometimes it's, you know what, just go big or go home, right? Like, if you're gonna go out playing derby, I guess. All right, Will Smith and Bad Ash on the line with 6 points between these two teams. Okay, Sirius, if we called it again with 11 minutes left, Will Smith is lead because Derby Date Night has had three overtime jams this year. We feel like we are overtime jam good luck charms at this point, self-proclaimed. But Akron also commented on our post when we said, is this going to be another overtime? Someone from Akron was like, please don't do that to me. The last one was too stressful, except for now Indiana has an opportunity here to score some more points. Will Smith is out there on her own. Bad Ash is sitting in the penalty box. So this is a power jam, and Will Smith has now brought this game within 2 points. But Kimbo, at least you wouldn't be playing this one. Kimbo says, if they go in an overtime jam like we did against Akron, I might pee my pants. But at least you wouldn't have to play this one, Kimbo. And Tornado Sirens have taken the lead. Cha-ching! I need Julie here with your cowbell. I need the cowbell, woo, for the lead change. Bad Ash out of the box in the pack right now and is through. That was an initial, so no points scored. And that jam is called. Will Smith taking the Tornado Sirens over the century mark. And in the lead by 6 points. Wait, they were down by 6 points at the beginning, and now they're up by 6 points. Okay, I'm gonna take a little sip of my Diet Coke that I poured over the strawberries that were left over from my pink drink earlier. Oh yeah, and then so first I had drank the pink drink, and then I put a Red Bull in there, and then I put a Coke in there. I should probably drink some water. If we can will this to be another overtime jam, y'all. Okay, Julie says, more cowbell. Carl has another confession. I have a feeling it has to do with what team you're supporting, because usually your confessions. Sirius, can you get a cowbell sound? Yes. You said yes to that, but you won't get me my lead change sound that I want. Cha-ching! He said yes. Sirius, you're so rude. Kimbo, I'm extremely hydrated, so if I sneeze. Vanessa! But Vanessa's in the chat. I just yelled Vanessa. Sorry. Sirius is like, why are you saying Vanessa? Why are you just screaming her name? Because sometimes I just scream names, you know? Warp speed. Oh, everybody falling down. Devious Diva. Lead going to Devious Diva, who is currently winning the poll for Skater of the Game. You have 4.5 more game time minutes to vote for Skater of the Game. Devious Diva in the, oh, that was a big hit. Devious Diva in the pack on a scoring pass. Warp speed is through. That pack is speeding up. Devious Diva through for 4 points, bringing them to the century mark. Carl used to think Naptown meant the people like to nap a lot, like having a siesta. Vanessa's telling me to drink water. What? There's got to be water somewhere in the pink drink, the Red Bull or the Coke. There's ice. The ice melted. That counts. You didn't realize it was short for Indianapolis. I didn't either for a really long time, Carl, so it is understandable. Okay, 2-point game. Sarge, Nerdy Little Secret. Oh, officials in the chat. Okay, if Nerdy Little Secret fouls out during this jam, like if Nerdy Little Secret is lead, so Nerdy Little Secret was like, don't talk about me fouling out. I'm going to get lead right now. But if she were to foul out during the jam, would the rest of the jam just go without a jammer? Because I think it would. Nerdy Little Secret in the pack. Sarge trying to get out, has one more. I think that's Adrenaline Rush. No, it's not. It's 682. Deadeye Hunter. Doing a great job with that one-on-one blocking there. Dirty Little Secret through for 4 points. Sarge has one blocker to get past, getting some offense there from Shady Lane. Sarge is out. Nerdy Little Secret looking and seeing Sarge. Going around all the blockers, grabbing all 4 points and hitting those hips, not fouling out, so making sure that I don't, and Mr. Bruce Guy says I am correct. I'm learning Derby, serious. I actually know that they wouldn't replace Nerdy Little Secret. So that was a risky move there on Akron's part. Cha-ching, another lead change. Oh, cha-ching! Cowbell. I don't know how to make, I can say cha-ching, but how do you make a cowbell sound? That sounds like a chicken. I'm thinking of on Friends where, okay, I'll tell you guys in a second. Twin Pistol jamming for the first time for Akron, coming out with lead jammer. Ricky Bobby being pulled all the way to the back by Sicko. Where's Twin Pistol been this whole game? Look at that. Like just boom, I'm out as lead jammer. Maybe it's sometimes good to bring out a brand new jammer that Naptown hasn't seen yet, and it's a completely different style, and they've gotten used to the style of the other ones. Well, it worked. Akron grabbed 4 points and called the, or 8 points and called the jam. Oh, I think she said hi, Mom. That's Sicko. So if Sicko's parents are out there, I think that was a hi, Mom. That was really cute. Right, Carl? This is an exciting game. Austin says, yes, that's what a cowbell sounds like. You just want me to make that noise again. What did I do? Will Smith and Devious Diva, who have been so much fun to watch. Devious Diva is through as lead jammer. Akron in the lead by 10 points right now. 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Oh, Mr. Bruise Guy has a good, okay, so if a jammer fouls out, the jam continues. But if the other jammer gets a penalty, then the jam ends. That's a good nuance for that one on foul outs. Here's Nerdy Little Secret. Not that I'm saying we never root for foul outs, but just to see the situation I'm describing, we're towing the line of, are we going to demonstrate the scenario that we've been talking about? I don't know. I just sounded very official there. I don't know, I'm losing my mind. I've been doing Derby Date Night too many weekends in a row. What is this now, 7 weekends in a row? And 2 tournaments. Nerdy Little Secret being pulled to the back by Amelia Bikilia. Warp Speed, meanwhile, somewhere in that pack, but I think pulling to the front. Serious points at my screen. Is like, look at your screen. Okay. Nerdy Little Secret at the back. Warp Speed at the front. Nerdy Little Secret hopping and grabbing lead jammer for Akron. Warp Speed has all 4 blockers to contend with at the front. A blocktopus, if you will. And has 2 now. Nerdy Little Secret coming around on a scoring pass. Has grabbed 4 points for Akron. 1 minute and 6 seconds left. And Warp Speed is trying to, just decided to play defense at this point because the pivot has gone to the box. Warp Speed is holding Star in her hand. Naptown is trying to help Warp Speed. Nerdy Little Secret getting stuck at the front, does a little spin and gets another 4 points, extending that lead to 22 points. Warp Speed continuing to struggle at the back of the pack. Lysis to Kill released from the penalty box. I think Warp Speed has been waiting for Lysis to come out. Lysis takes the star. And that jam ends after the star pass. Lego, I love it when the game should be more exciting than homework. Or you don't have, I guess teachers have homework too, if you're supposed to be grading. Oh, Sirius says, oh, I'm supposed to close the poll. Looks like your skater of the game is Devious Diva, who will be receiving our, who's jamming, and will be receiving our coveted skater of the game sticker. Ricky Bobby has decided to be a blocker for now. Devious Diva finding Shady Lane and Huntress, able to get around them as 2 blockers to get past. Ricky Bobby has 1 blocker to get past. Devious Diva is able to get out and is not lead jammer. It is Ricky Bobby who got it and got swallowed back up, so Ricky calls it with 2.5 minutes left in this game. Akron has extended that lead, but Willie, who has had a 20-point jam in this game, is taking the line. Up against Twin Pistol, who has only jammed once, but got lead jammer and scored, I think, 8 points. Right? Akron seems to really enjoy these close games. I think, Lindsay, that Akron also really enjoys overtime jams. So they should just make sure that Willie scores a ton of points here so we can have another overtime jam. Because isn't that what we all want to see? I think everyone out there would disagree with me. Willie, lead jammer. Maybe not. Maybe they agree. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Twin Pistol getting pulled to the back there by Lysis to Kill. Willie through for 4 points. 20-point game now. Willie coming around on another scoring pass. Naptown focused on defense. Willie through for another 4. 1.5 minutes left. Asian and Huntress doing a great job. The rest of the blockers coming up to join them. Willie coming in on another scoring pass. Oh, staying inbounds. Beautiful spin for another 4 points, bringing them to 115, 114, 12-point game. 1 minute left in this game, 57 seconds left in this jam. Willie down to 2. Sicko took the pass and is now the jammer for Akron. Hi, Mom, said Sicko. Willie's still the lead jammer. 45 seconds left in this game. Jammer on jammer action happening here. Track cut. Willie getting the track cut on. Holy crap. On Sicko. So Willie, the only one able to score for the rest of the. Apex jump. 20 points by Tornado Sirens. This is a 4-point game. If Willie can get these 4 points, this game is tied. If they do it again, I'm going to freak out. 13 seconds, 7 seconds left in this jam. Willie is through. It's tied. We're going to go into another overtime jam. Oh, my God. Derby date night. Yes. I mean, no. Ah! It happened again. We are the whisperers of everything. This is amazing. And this poor ref crew, which is such a small, tiny, but mighty ref crew. Ego goes, I love roller derby. You lost camera 1? Why? It just battery went dead. Can you go get a new battery? Go get a new battery on camera 1. Put it to the big shot, and I'll talk to this. Everybody's freaking out in the chat. You guys, that was amazing derby by Will Smith. And all those blockers for holding as long as they did, the other jammer, and then getting that track cut at the end. Okay, so for those of you who haven't, I know this is the 4th overtime jam for DDN. Okay, Kimbo, I'm going to argue. I know you say that you called it, but we called it in our advertisement for this week where we said, is Akron going to get another overtime jam? Because this is the second. Akron's never coming back to Ohio, coming back to Indiana, because they always get overtime jams in Indiana. Okay, here's the rules for overtime. There is no lead jammer. Kimbo just peed. There is no lead jammer. Both jammers start scoring immediately. The jam is a 2-minute jam. There's an official review happening right now, though. Naptown might be trying to get more points. And if they do, then I want to go into overtime, though. Oh! I'm so excited. Should I make the cowbell noise again? It really does sound like a turkey. I can't believe we are about to do our 4th overtime. Like, everybody's going to want to be on Derby Date Night because we somehow create overtime jams. I'm giving us all the credit. Kimbo, you can have, like, secondary credit. What's the rubbish bin for? Yeah, Carl, all the trash cans are for the biohazards. Yeah, I don't know. Carl, you might be able to get coffee if you can. Nah, they're coming to tell me what's going on. We called it. Oh, it's an official review as a timeout. Yeah. Hey, guess what? We know the overtime jam rules because this is now our 4th one. Cowbell. Julie's just going to yell, cowbell, cowbell. What? The game's happening? Oh, it starts as a power jam because Sicko was in the box. So Sicko is the jammer, which I'm guessing they've put one of their jammers out as a pivot. And this is going 2 minutes, everybody. The game will be over in 2 minutes. Sicko out of the box, attempts an apex jump. I think was able to kind of complete that. Huntress headed to the box. Sicko is through. That is 4 points, even though the, why are we calling the jam? You can't call an overtime jam. What just happened? Did that jam not actually start? What just happened? Oh, that doesn't make, everything that just happened makes no sense to me. Can you ask the score table? Do they know what happened? Everybody went immediately to talk to, were they not supposed to start with a jammer in the box because it was an overtime jam? What do you mean not an overtime jam? I'm confused. Jam ref established lead for the jam. Oh.
They got lead, called it off, sent it into overtime.
But it's now we're going to overtime?
Now we're going to overtime.
Okay.
1 second left on the clock.
Oh, there was 1 second left on the clock. They got lead, called it off. Now we're going to overtime. Okay. Everybody's explaining it. Yeah, jam ref established lead for the jam because there was 1 second left on the clock. It was not an overtime jam. Got it. I did not see there was 1 second left on the clock. Now it's an overtime jam. Does that make any sense to you, Sirius?
All I know is I got an overtime jam.
Okay, but I didn't know there was 1 second on the clock, so I thought that was an overtime jam.
No, that's 1 second.
Got it. Now it's an overtime jam. Okay, sorry guys. So what happened? That was not an overtime jam. There was 1 second left on the clock. So who got lead jammer? Okay, Will Smith got lead jammer, immediately called it. So now it's a tie, and now it's going into an overtime jam. I got you all excited and hyped up for an overtime jam that wasn't an overtime jam, but now you get your second overtime jam because the first overtime jam wasn't actually an overtime jam. This is the overtime jam. Of course I remember the rules because this is our fourth one. All right, so I lied to you all earlier and got you all excited. Yeah, they called it off because I think they wanted this 2-minute jam. So they probably just were like, you know what, we're just going to go for the full 2 minutes. And so there will be points immediately. Yeah, exactly. Now it's overtime. Everybody get excited again. See, I was just testing all of your knowledge, and you all proved that you have the great knowledge that I know you do. Yeah, it's an interesting strategy to immediately call it off. Okay, Will Smith is not lead, but has scored 4 points because you immediately start scoring points. So, Tornado Sirens now in the lead. No one can call it. Akron, 4 points, 130 to 130. Will Smith coming around. That pack is I think this pack is gonna just try and go as fast as they can this whole time. And that means it's going to be easier for the jammers to get through. So is this going to be a race about who's the fastest? Will Smith getting pushed to the outside. Devious Diva in the pack. Coming up against Asian. Devious Diva through for another 4. 134 for Akron. Will Smith stepping through. 4 more points. 134 to 134. Devious Diva in the pack again. 1 minute left. Devious Diva through, 138, 134. Will Smith approaching the pack. That pack is speedy. Will Smith with a little apex jump, 4 points, 52 seconds left in this game. 138 to 138. These jammers are just matching themselves point for point. Devious Diva finding a tripod at the front, gets through for another 4 points. Will Smith getting slowed down at the back, spins around, has just got 2 blockers left to get past. Devious Diva coming in on another scoring pass. 29 seconds left. Devious Diva in 142 to 142. Devious Diva scoring 4 more points. 146, 21 seconds. Will Smith coming in. Akron is going to race. They're going to try to race for the next 15 seconds. Devious Diva is coming into the pack again. Will Smith getting pushed to the outside. Devious Diva in. 8 seconds left. 7, 6, 5. Will Smith is through. Devious Diva in the pack getting pushed to the back, but I think she had at least 1 more point in the pocket there. 1 point. 1 point for Akron. It is going to be 1 point, and I think it's Akron's. Let's see if it happens. Did they get that last point? 147, 146, Akron. So freaking close. Wow. That's the unofficial score. Do they have any timeouts or official reviews in an overtime jam? I don't even know. I think that's it. It just became a race. That's the first overtime jam I've seen where no jammer has gotten penalties. Like, they kept it real clean, stayed in the middle. Great job by everybody in that jam. Right now, as it stands, unofficial score, Akron 147, Tornado Sirens 146, but nobody seems excited yet. It's like this weird calm over the whole place. Like, I think they're waiting for the refs to decide whether or not that last point was actually awarded. And there's the whistle. That is the score. Amazing game. We got 1 more game in 45 minutes. Hey, thanks for joining us on yet another overtime jam here on Derby Date Night, where we bring you more overtime jams than any other live roller derby channel. And whoever from Akron told me not to make them do an overtime jam, I need to find them, and I need to know if they actually ended up playing in it, because they said in the last one they didn't, and I want to know if they had to play in it this time. That was great. Amazing game. Thanks for joining us. Love you all. We'll be back in 45 minutes with another game here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night, where I was busy talking to people, and Sirius just wants me to stop talking to the people here and start talking to you all there in the Derbyverse. So hi, welcome back. If you were not here for the last game, hope you go back and rewatch it, because we had another game go into overtime here on Derby Date Night, and it was a fabulous game. I have not seen such a defensively played, fought game with great stuff happening on both sides. It was beautiful to watch, and I encourage you to go watch again. But for right now, don't watch it now, because right now we are about to watch the B teams for both of these teams. Naptown and Akron take each other on in another exciting matchup. I'm Aria, kidding me, and I'm your play-by-play announcer all day with the fun action, the corny jokes, and even what I discovered are some new cowbell noises from last game. It's not really sounding like a cowbell at all, but I've decided it's a cowbell, but it sounds like a turkey. That's not a cowbell. Anyway, behind the cameras, trying to control me is Seriously, my forever date night, who loves to come with me on these derby dates. And behind the cameras as well is one of our kids, LOL, who is behind the camera, and his friend Keegan is behind the other camera. And we are so grateful to have them both here helping us out on camera this weekend while OMG stays home alone with the kids. We've got a lot of fun things happening right now. We're bringing you dad jokes today. We're going back to the classics. So we always bring you good roller derby and bad jokes. So we've got lots of good dad jokes that we're going to be bringing you. We also love to interact with our community, who we call our third wheels. Welcome to all of you third wheels in the chat. We're so glad to have you all here. We encourage you to chat with each other, send super chats, to shout out skaters, and participate in our polls if you want to help take us to the next level. There are so many easy and free ways that you can support us. We always encourage you to like and subscribe. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. I don't think we have time to do the member scroll. Sirius is saying we don't. So I'm just going to let you know we have a lot of amazing third wheel members. We will find some time at some point to do the member scroll and thank all of our amazing members who support us and keep Derby happening. If you are interested in being a member, Sirius will put up a QR code at some point to let you snap a little shot of that and be able to sign up to become a third wheel member and support us a little bit in our Derby journey. We are in our third season of doing Derby Date Night, and we have done a lot of Derby this season. I think we're on like our 7th weekend in a row doing Derby. So, and then next weekend is our last weekend before we take a small summer break to go on a cruise to Alaska and go visit some of our family in Seattle. Abby, love to see you here. You're ready to cheer for the officials. All right, we got 10 seconds to go, and it looks like we are going to get started. The game is currently tied because it hasn't started yet. Looks like we got to get the correct thing. So I've got all my people on here. Angie's rooting for her Rowdies. Very excited. All right, Amityville Horror is on the line for Akron, and Chapel Pone for Warning Bells. I am ready. Oh, that was a horrible high five. Try again. Yes. Eggs is here. Head NSO ready to give us high fives and say, are you ready, Derby Date Night? And we have got, for the first time tonight, being a head ref, Miss Melody Mayhem, frequent third wheeler on our chat. Sirius introduced you to the teams, so you had a chance to see their names and root for all of them. And it is time to get going with this game. 5 seconds till we start. Wild Irish Rosie there on the line as our jam timer. That's the best NSO position, because everybody watches you with the 5 seconds and then you hold it down. All right. Oh, already Amityville Horror is going to the penalty box, so we have our first power jam 10 seconds into this jam. Chapel Pone is not your lead jammer. Now is your lead jammer after working her way through the crowd of skaters as Amityville Horror waits in the penalty box. Chapel is trying to find some space and is currently on a scoring pass, able to score points, and it has to get past one more blocker. But that blocker gets an illegal contact penalty and has to let Chapel go. And Chapel grabs 4 points, putting the warning bells on the board first. Amityville takes a push, having come out of the penalty box, takes a push to the outside and is coming back to the back and sees a space on the inside and dashes up. Meanwhile, Chapel is in the pack on a scoring pass, sees Amityville coming and decides to call the jam. All right. Warning bells on the board first with 6 points. And we have got Sarge up on the line for Naptown, who will be skating against Punk and Disorderly. Oh, with the blue hair to match the blue uniform. I love that. I think everyone should dye their hair to match their uniforms. That's my new thing. I know, Abby, I'm learning. I've got the illegal contact one down. Finally. For now. I'll forget next week. Sarge is your lead jammer for Naptown. Punk and Disorderly sees some space and dashes up the inside line and is speeding around about half a track behind Sarge. Sarge is approaching the track, which only has 2 Akron blockers. Hell No Kitty is right there with the offense. I feel like, yes, Hell No Kitty, I was about to say, I feel like Hell No Kitty used to be on juniors. Hell No Kitty is literally wearing a juniors jersey, so yeah, that is Hell No Kitty, who used to be on juniors. I love seeing junior skaters who have aged up. Abby, it's weird to see you in the chat again. I've gotten used to having you sit next to me. It was so good to spend time with you last weekend and get to have you on the mic as we announced the medal games for the juniors tournament last weekend. All right, we have got Amelia Bikilia and Bad Ash, who both were playing in the last game. It is Bad Ash who comes out with the lead jammer status. Amelia, who was a blocker in the last game, is jamming in this one and forcing that call off. And 2 points were scored there by, 3 points were scored there by the AkRowdies Rollers, and they are on the board. Very exciting things. Sorry, I'm grabbing my little schedules here, making sure schedules, rosters. What are they called? People sheets, yes, people sheets. I got my people sheets. Mr. Bruise Guy, yep, still repping IJRD. You know what? Sirius is wearing today, Mr. Bruise Guy, his JRDA Regionals T-shirt from last weekend. I almost wore mine, but then I didn't. I wore my Derby Date Night shirt. Okay, it is Amityville Horror who is lead, but Chapel Poen is on her tail, and these 2 skaters are going to race to the pack. I'm just dancing to the music over here. Mr. Bruce Guy, you guys don't play, or Circle City doesn't play for 3 hours, right? So you guys, oh, Circle City can all come and watch. Love it. I'm sure they're probably actually getting ready for a game. I'm like, oh no, you've got time to watch. Yes, more snacks. And I didn't get to try as much of the candies as I thought we would because that last game was so exciting. So I would love to have you on the mic again, Admiral. Sarge up against Punk and Disorderly. Sarge is out, but Punk and Disorderly is right there. And these 2 jammers are going to race to the pack, which is, so this is different than the last game. The last game, the packs would speed up a little bit whenever those jammers would get out. But this one, they have slowed down a little bit once the jammers get out. So this is going to be, I think, a different style of game. I'm also noticing jammers are getting out a little bit quicker than in the first game. So maybe not as defensively focused of a game, but we'll have to see as we get used to it. All right, we've got 1 blocker in the box for Naptown. So Akron will have the 4-3 pack advantage here. Amelia Bikilia and Bad Ash jamming against each other. Bad Ash is through and is your lead jammer. Amelia is able to get out. I like seeing Amelia as a jammer. I don't usually get to see that, and this is kind of fun. And Bad Ash taking a hit, but is able to grab some points and call that jam after grabbing 3 points for Akron. Okay, we've got Chapel Pone for Naptown and Amityville Horror for Akron. Both teams seem to be using a pretty traditional 3-jammer rotation right now. Oh, a banana jam. Everybody kind of falling down. And no lead jammer has been established. And Amityville getting a penalty is going to be headed to the box. This is going to be a power jam for the Naptown warning bells and Chapel Pone. Chapel coming around. The pack is ready. Naptown coming up to do a little bit of offense. Chapel finds a tripod at the front. Naptown continuing to kind of rotate to break that tripod apart, and Chapel is through for 4 points for Naptown. While Amityville waits in the penalty box. Chapel coming around on a second scoring pass. Amityville is standing in the penalty box. Chapel getting slowed down. And decides to call that jam off as Amityville is released from the penalty box. Sarge on the line for Naptown and Punk and Disorderly for Akron. The Punk and Disorderly's hair is just, I can't stop with how well it matches the jersey. I don't know if it's supposed to match the jersey that well. And of course, you're not zooming in on it serious. These are the important things. Remember, we have the shoe cam, and now I'm going to have the hair cam because that is amazing. Like, look how close of a, like, that's a hard blue to match. Amazing job. I give the hair award to Punk and Disorderly. Not like there is one, but if there was, there is now. The hair award. We got to look out for cool shoes, too, for the shoe cam. Although most of our amazing shoe people are, I don't think, here this weekend. Punk and Disorderly jamming against Sarge. Punk has just got to get past Hell No Kitty and is through to become lead jammer. Sarge has taken that star off and has passed it to number 97, Roller Go Fighty. Rolly Go Fighty. Punk and Disorderly currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Oh no, Rolly is the jammer but does not have the star on because it fell off. Garbage Witch is currently standing over it. I don't know if they realize that they don't have the star on. Rolly Go Fighty was sent to the penalty box on a track cut and currently is the jammer and has now been informed that the star is on the ground at turn 1 all by itself. So lonely. A lonely jammer star. Rolly, Punk and Disorderly, meanwhile, has scored 8 points and is coming around to get a lead change for Akron. Akron is about to take the lead here, and they do with 4 more points, bringing that total to 12 and their total to 20. Rolly Go Fighty out of the penalty box, picks up that star immediately. Thank goodness the pack wasn't over it, otherwise it would have been a little bit more difficult. But Rolly Go Fighty is out and getting through the pack. Nice rotating to the front by Akron to try and stop Rolly Go Fighty, but Rolly is able to get out. Meanwhile, Punk and Disorderly sees that Rolly got out and decides to call the jam, which took a little minute for the jam to get called off by the officials, but that's okay. We are down officials. As I have said multiple times, we only have 5 on skates officials today. So great job. What? Yeah, we're so glad we can have a game because I learned today that 3 is the minimum. 3, yes, you would have an inside I think, an inside pack ref and then 2 jam refs, and you can run a game. Yeah. I mean, you still have to have your NSOs, but in terms of on-skates refs, you would do it with only 3, and that is still enough, but not really, and we all know that. We appreciate all of our refs, and usually you have a lot more, and so we appreciate them for being here. Bad Ash is lead jammer, and oh, look at that beautiful tippy toes on that inside line to grab 4 points and call it, but great job by Naptown too, forcing that call off. Amityville Horror up against Chapel Pone. I saw Chapel before the game, and I said, I'm sorry that I always kill your name. I'm going to do better. And she was so nice because she was like, it's okay. It also makes for a good bit that you can't say it. And I was like, I can say Chapel Roan, but for some reason when you put a P and it's Chapel Pone, it becomes so much more difficult for me to say. I don't know why, but I'm working on it, Chapel. I promise I'm going to get it. I'm doing okay today. And now that I've said it, I'm going to screw it up. It's like me and Louisville, which sometimes I get right, and then all of a sudden I start getting it wrong again. Amityville Horror is your lead jammer, and Chapel is following about a quarter track behind. And calls that jam after grabbing 3 more points for Akron, extending that lead. Admiral Abby letting me know that I am correct. I love it when Admiral tells me I'm correct, but I was correct on the positions. Yeah, I don't know if there's an NSO minimum. You got to at least have you have to have a jam timer. You have to have a scorekeeper. You have to have a penalty box. I mean, if it's sanctioned, you're gonna need. I don't know. I'm sure Bruce Guy will know. BMOU down. That's fun. That's a new name for Naptown. I don't know them. So a new skater, BMOU down, taking that jam star. And Punk and Disorderly is in the penalty box on a forearm. So this is now a power jam for BMO, who is through and lead jammer for, since I don't know, but maybe the first time in a Naptown game, just based on the fact that they're new. Punk and Disorderly standing in the penalty box. And Punk and Disorderly has been released, so the power jam is now over. BMOU down does decide to call the jam and was able to get, it looks like, 1 point for Naptown. Mr. Bruce Guy says there are procedures for 5. Scoreboard operator, scorekeeper, penalty timer, jam timer, penalty box manager. That is the bare minimum. So the bare minimum with NSOs and on-skates officials would be 8. That's still only 2 less than the amount of skaters that are out on the track during a jam. And they play the whole game. Just another shout out to our volunteers, our refs, our officials. We love them. They're all amazing. Sarge and Bad Ash. Bad Ash is through and is your lead jammer for Akron. Sarge with a little tumble at the front, and Akron is reforming. And Sarge is able to get through and will be chasing Bad Ash down. But Bad Ash currently in the pack is through, has grabbed 4 points for Akron, and will call that jam. We are halfway through the first half of this game. And again, a low-scoring game. Maybe these teams are just really defensively focused. Or maybe I just got used to juniors last weekend. Mr. Bruce Guy says scoreboard operator would track one team, and scorekeeper would do the other. Okay, that makes sense. Penalty timer to make it regulation. Don't need to have lineup tracker and at least one person in the box. Cool. I know that's not as interesting to everybody who's not involved, but I find it very interesting. I love all my stats. All my nerdy stuff is so much fun. Amityville Horror is your lead jammer for Akron. Amelia B. Killia, though, is chasing Amityville down. only about a quarter track behind. And Amityville gets into the pack and calls that jam, but was not able to get those hips in front of any other skaters. No, 3 points were scored for Akron. I was looking at the wrong jam timer, or jam. Jam ref. Wow. How long was I buffering on that one? That is a low score. Thank you, Abby. I thought it feels low for being halfway through the first half. All right, Punk and Disorderly and BMOU down. Punk and Disorderly is through as lead jammer for Akron. Punk and Disorderly coming around on a first scoring pass. BMOU down has got to mow down a couple more blockers, takes a push to the inside. Punk and Disorderly is potentially getting a, no, not getting a penalty. It's a blocker from Naptown getting the penalty, and Punk and Disorderly is through for 4 points. Meanwhile, BMOU down is trying to get some offensive help, but Punk and Disorderly is already coming back again, takes a hit from Dorky, and gets slowed down there, but they have to let her go and come back to try and assist BMO. BMO is looking to the bench and decides to do some blocking and pushes Punk and Disorderly to the inside, just deciding to fully play defense now. 47 seconds still left in this jam. Is there no pivot out there at all? I don't think that Naptown fielded a pivot. All four blockers are out there, and none of them have a pivot on. So BMOU down is gonna BMO the jammer for the next 28 seconds, whether she wants to be or not, whether they want to be or not. What? Exhaustion, right? Oh, I have a feeling that BMO will make sure that the team knows. Put a pivot out, please, in the future. Whew. All right, 12 minutes left. I am sure BMOU down is happy about that. I feel many puns coming. Oh, the puke bucket has come out on the Naptown bench. It's hot. People have been throwing up all night. Welcome to roller derby, right? In derby, it happens. Yep. That's where we came up with the term puke and rally. Just got to keep going. Derby players are tough. Like, they just are tough. That's one of the things. Uh-oh, are we official timeout? Is it an official timeout or is it an official review? Look for the blinking light. There's no blinking light, so I think it's just an official timeout.
Doing an official timeout because we're going to be down a medic. There's a medical emergency in the audience.
Oh, okay. We are doing an official timeout because of a medical emergency in the audience. So we are down a medic, so we have to do a short timeout for medical. Should we do, let's go to our injury graphic, and we will be back in just a minute. Hi, Tara. We'll be back in just a minute with the more of this game, and you can look at pictures of yourself while you wait. And we are back. Thank you all for your patience as you enjoyed the slideshow brought to you by Sirius and Matt Ruddick Photography. So hope you enjoyed. I think you're in it, Tara. Tell me, you're in it, right? Because if you're not, I'm going to make Sirius redo it and put you in it. I think if you're a constant chatter on Derby Date Night, you should be in the slideshow. More things for Sirius to do. Anyway, the person was taken off. I want to just remind everybody, it is freaking hot today. And please make sure to hydrate, because even if you're in the audience and not playing, it's hot. And that can lead to medical issues. So, and I don't know if that's, I don't know anything. I don't know What's that thing from Adam? Sirius is telling me to stop talking and just talk. But nothing happened. Look, Chapel got lead. Chapel called it. No points are scored. I could keep talking about health stuff. I switched to water after all my caffeine, which is probably a good idea. Tara says, I might be in it. I'll go back and watch. Well, if you're not, I'll make sure that Sirius does that for you. Because I just have to give him more jobs. All right, Amityville and Amelia Bikilia on the line for their respective teams. Amelia pulling the pack to the front, but takes a hit to the inside. Amityville also takes a hit to the inside. Sarge with the drawback there. So Amityville all the way at the back of the pack. That pack is stretched apart. Ooh, Amityville taking a huge hit as Amelia gets out as lead jammer. Amityville is headed to the penalty box. This is going to be a power jam for, Amelia. Yeah, for Amelia and Naptown, who have gotten behind by a bit but are going to try to catch up. Tara, the venue is not as bad as it was last year if you were here, but it is very warm. It's just like slightly sticky. I think it's like 92 degrees, but my weather app said it feels like 102 outside. Amityville is standing in the penalty box. Meanwhile, Amelia has scored 12 points for the warning bells. Amityville was released at the very end of the jam there. I think Amelia was trying to freeze Amityville in the penalty box, but Amityville did get released, and so we will start this next jam with both jammers and an empty penalty box. Sarge with the star for Naptown, and Pumpkin Disorderly will be jamming for Akron. Tara, I know you just got here, but the last game, guess what? Went into overtime, so you got to go watch it. We should do like an overtime game playlist on Derby Date Night since we've had so many this season. Sarge stuck at the back, and it is Pumpkin Disorderly who gets out as lead jammer. Why were you outside all day in this heat? Pumpkin Disorderly coming around on a scoring pass while Sarge continues to try and fight through. He just has to get past the pivot, who hears the out of play and cannot hit Sarge, and that jam is called by Akron after scoring 4 points. Tara's like, no way. Yeah, this is the second overtime jam that Akron ended up getting from their 2 Indiana trips this year. So you should have Akron come play South Bend next year if you want an overtime jam. You know, the logics. Chapel Pone on the line for Naptown, and Bad Ash for Akron. Oh yeah, I saw pictures. It looked like you guys what was it, burgers that you had? Something. It was making me hungry that you guys had at your Pride Fest. Oh, a penalty going to Bad Ash, and Chapel will have another power jam. These penalties are just, Akron is in the lead. They still are up by 31 points, but these penalties on the jammers, these track cuts, I mean, there have been, let's see, Bad Ash, or that's Amityville. Bad Ash is on a multiplayer, which is a jammer penalty we've seen a lot of lately. Abby says if I keep focusing on overtime jams, they'll stop happening. Actually, Abby, I don't know if you saw, but we predicted this overtime jam. We said, Akron's coming. Is this going to be another overtime jam? And so then when I went over to talk to Akron after the game, they all yelled at me. They were all like, Aria, you did this. Yes, the multiplayer was on the Akron jammer. Was it, and did you see it, Ego? Were they trying to whip? Because I didn't see it happen. Penalties are higher right now on Akron than they are on Naptown. Naptown, only 3 people right now have penalties, and we have 7 minutes left in the first half, so nice job with only 3 people having penalties on Naptown. But on Akron, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people have penalties. Yeah, it's the shirt whips. The shirt whips are happening so much more often now. I feel like jammers need a whole lesson on how to avoid multiplayers when you're whipping. The Derby Date Night prophecy. I know. I feel like it could be a marketing tactic. You want an overtime jam? Bring Derby Date Night. We have the highest percentage of them out of all of the Midwest live streaming roller derby services that there are. Naptown grabbing 4 points there. Akron forcing the call off. Naptown starting to got your guacamole because Naptown is chipping into that lead that Akron has established. Sarge and Pumpkin Disorderly on the line with 6 minutes left in this first half. Have you guys been watching these blockers and these jammers? Is there anybody you think we should be nominating for Skater of the Game to be voted on by you in the second half? Pumpkin Disorderly finds a little space there and just gets right through and grabs lead jammer. And Sarge is able to get out. Pumpkin Disorderly is through for 4 points and calls that jam. Yes, Sarah's got her guacamole. Rolly Go Fighty is on the line for Naptown, and on the line for Akron is Bad Ash. Both jammers looking. I don't think Rolly Go Fighty has been has started as a jammer yet. Bad Ash gets out as lead. Rolly Go Fighty is stuck in a jumble of humans. Sees some space on the outside. He's got one more blocker to get past and does so. Will be chasing down Bad Ash, who has one blocker in the penalty box. Bad Ash does decide to call it and did not grab any points there, it looks like. Oh, you've got to tell Richie, and Richie and Bona can rewatch it. Because luckily, you can, oh, sorry. Sirius gets mad at me when I don't read your comment out loud, Tara. Oh, sorry, Aria's getting spicy tonight. Richie loves overtime jams. I'm sad he's not here for this, is what Tara said. So my response was, they can rewatch it. Sirius goes, I know, I can rewatch it. Oh my gosh, we are so spicy. We're getting so much closer to that cruise, Sirius. We're just getting excited for vacation, I think. All right, Amityville Horror is your lead jammer for Akron. Amelia Bikilia is out about half a track behind. And Amelia approaching the pack, hoping to snag a point, is not going to be able to because Akron is going to call it off. All right, Pumpkin Disorderly on the line for Akron, and Hell No Kitty taking the star for the first time for Naptown. The heat makes us all spicy, says Ego. Yes. You know what else makes us spicy is guacamole and salsa, because Naptown continues to try and chip into that lead, but Pumpkin Disorderly says, no, put your chips away because I'm going to get lead and try and score some points. But Rolly Go Fighty has taken the star and is now trying to force the call off and does so. Akron scoring maybe some points. I know, Hell No Kitty. We don't usually see Hell No Kitty jamming. I like to see it. Sarge has the star on for Naptown. Wait, where's the jammer for, oh. Literally, Bad Ash is right there next to Sarge, but because Sarge is a little bit vertically challenged like I am, I wasn't looking at that level. And Bad Ash is a full head above Sarge, and I was like, where's the other jammer? They're just completely different heights, that's all. Bad Ash is through as lead jammer. Sarge takes that star off, might be looking for the pivot, but the pivot is currently in the front of the pack. as Bad Ash comes in and sees a space on the outside. Warp Speed took that star, and Bad Ash, after grabbing 4 points, calls that jam. We have 2 minutes and 18 seconds left. We should, Tara's saying Richie doesn't want a break. He and Bona are at IHOD this weekend. So Sirius and I have been joking about which derby couple is doing the most derby between Richie and Bona and then us. And I think it depends on the year, honestly. We should do a tally at some point between. Oh, we should do all the derby couples around. There's a few of us who like the people who derby together stay together. Oh yeah, Bruise Guy, you and Crash can join in too. And Eric and Angel. See, we have so many people. And there it is, Hell No Kitty getting your lead jammer for the Warning Bells. Sweet Potato, I like that name, jamming for the Rowdy Rollers. Ooh, taking a big old hit. Hell No Kitty is in the pack, and somebody's getting called on a forearm. And Sweet Potato is through, forcing that call off. Naptown was able, oh yeah, Bambi and Gurr. Sorry, I keep responding to comments and not reading them, and Sirius is getting mad at me. But, oh, you're not mad? Not anymore? How many of you do we get to see next weekend in Bloomington? We're going to be live all day on Sunday for 4 games for their Skate the Rainbow Pride bout. We have 2 juniors bouts in the morning and 2 adults bouts in the afternoon, and I hope we get to see some of you there. We have 34 seconds left in this first half until we take a 15-minute break. It was Bambi's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Bambi Lance. We appreciate you, and we are so lucky. Ooh, Pumpkin Disorderly is headed towards the penalty box, so this is going to be a power jam now for Naptown and Pyroshaniac. That's also a cool name. That's a new name for Naptown. I think that's a newer skater. Taking that star off, but cannot pass it to the pivot because the pivot is just coming out of the box. So the pivot is coming to save. I always think of here I come to save the day. Your pivot is on the way. Amelia Bikilia took the, oh, you can't just throw that. Amelia, you know better. I mean, I guess you can throw it, but. Okay, so what happened there was the jammer passed the star to Amelia. Amelia thought she was the pivot. Amelia was not the pivot. That was Robin Daggers. So Amelia took the pivot and then threw it towards the jammer like, oh no, I'm not the jammer. So Robin Daggers is now the jammer, is going to the penalty box with 38 seconds left in this jam. So we'll get out of the box right before the halftime is over, so we will not start halftime with a jammer in the box. Angie votes for Punky as one of our nominees for Skater of the Game. Tara, you'll be doing a different, what other mixer is happening next weekend? Oh, Ego and Ed will be there. Lego says you can throw it, it just won't count as a star pass. Okay. It was just such a like, here, throw. It just looked, it was funny. Can we give points for like funny star throws? All right, that is the end of that jam. Akron grabbing 8 more points. It's a palindrome. Put your Taco Cats in the chat. Taco Cats in the chat for the palindrome as we head into halftime with my favorite type of score, a palindrome. We'll be back in 15 minutes with more Derby Date Night and hopefully some dad jokes because I got all these great jokes and we're not having any what are they called? Timeouts. I'm gonna go drink some more water. I'll be back in 15 minutes on Derby Date Night. And welcome back to Derby Date Night, where our palindrome is about to no longer be a palindrome. Boo. But it's okay, because now it's time for these teams to both start scoring more points. Yes, Mr. Bruce Guy, I did not see your second comment where you said you should go back and watch the game. So I'm glad that you did a little bit more than just Akron won, because Akron didn't just win. It was a good win, and it was a good overtime game. All right, I'm going to put up the poll for Skater of the Game, and the winner of this poll, as voted on by you all, will receive a coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker, which is only given to one skater from each game. Bad Ash got lead jammer very quickly there, calling off that jam, and no points will be scored by either team, and we will reset with Amityville Horror on the line for Akron, and who is going to jam for Naptown? Looks like Sarge. All right, I'm going to start the poll. If you don't know who you want to vote for, please wait, because you've got until 5 minutes left in the game to vote for your Skater of the Game. But I like to give you time to see who the nominees are and take your time to choose a skater that you want to vote for. The poll is open and will stay open until 5 minutes until the game is over. All right, Sarge jamming for Naptown and Amityville Horror for Akron. Amityville finding that space at the front and is out as your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Sarge is in a mixed up pack of a lot of different skaters and takes a big ol' hit from Lane Luck to slow Sarge down there, but Sarge does find space on the inside and gets through. Meanwhile, Amityville Horror on a scoring pass took a huge ol' hit. What was that? From Garbage Witch. And called off the jam, but was able to grab 1 point before calling that jam off. Yeah, Doc M says you plan on watching it. Good, because it was, yeah, it's a good one. It's a good rewatch. We're not, oh wait, Mr. Bruce Guy already told you who won. Just forget that. Erase it from your mind. Punk and Disorderly and Amelia Bikilia on the line for both their teams. Punk and Disorderly through as your lead jammer for Akron. Amelia able to get out as Punk and Disorderly is approaching the pack on a scoring pass. Punk and Disorderly in the pack and is able to get through for 4 points. Sees that Amelia is out and calls that jam. That's a clinic right there. Get your 4 points and call it, bringing AkRowdies Rollers to 89. Hell No Kitty giving a fist bump to Bad Ash as they get ready to jam. The penalty box is empty. We did not review penalties, but honestly, I mean, everybody on Akron has like 1 or 2. We got one skater with 3, and Naptown is getting the no penalty awards because only 4-5 skaters have penalties on Naptown, and the highest is 2. So Naptown doing a great job avoiding penalties. Bad Ash is lead and at the back of the pack. Star has been passed to Warp Speed. So Bad Ash calls it after grabbing 4 points for Akron. Okay, since nobody's calling timeouts, I'm just going to tell you jokes in between jams because it's fun. Why couldn't the bicycle stand up on its own? Come on, this is a classic, Sirius. It's too tired. Oh. Eva Destruction jamming for Akron, I think for the first time. Rolly Go Fighty for Naptown Warning Bells. Eva Destruction getting lead jammer, but Rolly is right behind Eva. This pack is speeding up. Eva in the pack, scoring points. Rolly right behind Eva. Both these jammers are going to get points in this jam. Looks like Eva's going to run it. And good call there because Eva grabs 4 points while her team is able to hold Rolly Go Fighty. Rolly Go Fighty able to avoid a hit from JB on Akron to get through and grab 4 points of their own. Eva getting another 4, bringing that total to 12. Rolly entering the pack on a second scoring pass. Eva just coming out of nowhere. Yes, Darth Blue is solo OPRing right now. All by their lonesome, doing a fantastic job. All right. Warning bells were able to grab, I think, more than 4. Let's wait for them to add it all up. Let's see, 6 points for the warning bells, 15 for Akron. So good call for Akron to run it there. Sarge saying hello to Derby Date Night. We love Sarge. Sarge is tired. I think we're all, if it's in sign language. Although I don't think that is actually sign language, but it's jammer. We're chasing Sarge down about half a track behind. Those of you watching, take note. If you do some shenanigans and play a little with Derby Date Night and be silly, then you'll get lead. That's how it works. Sarge is through for 4 points. Amityville also grabbing 4 points. Looks like both teams have decided to start to just stretch these jams out a little bit. Sarge through for another 4. So they're doing the same thing that Akron did last time. Is there only 2 blockers out there for Naptown? I think Sarge is trying to get blockers out of the box. But they keep going to the box, so it's going to be hard. I just said Naptown was doing such a good job on penalties. And now, see, I shouldn't say nice things. Because now we had what, like, yeah. Penalties just are, everybody's getting penalties in this jam. And Sarge is getting points, but so is Amityville. But Amityville is in the penalty box, so Sarge is hoping to score a lot more points than Amityville here, having scored 16 points already. Amityville sitting in the penalty box. 14 seconds left on this jam. Sarge getting some offensive help there from Hell No Kitty. Sarge is, ooh, I think stayed in bounds. And that jam comes to an end. Sarge with 20 points. Nice job. Hey, Sirius, what are the 4 worst words you can hear on a golf course? It's still your turn. That's so bad. See, I tried golfing for a while, and like the person who's the furthest back is the one who hits. Oh, the sound is going in and out. And buffering. Well, okay. Perry Park is a beautiful location, but it does not have the best, what do we call it? Speed of internet. What'd you say? Connection. Doesn't have the best connection. So we apologize. We are at the mercy of our venue with this one. So we hope that it gets better. It hopefully should get better. And if not, and you want to rewatch this game, you can always rewatch it on Derby Date Night without the buffering and the sound issues. And so hopefully you're rewatching it right now and you're not having any of those, because Sirius tells me to stop talking about it, because when you rewatch it, you don't see those things. So those of you rewatching it, it never happened. Did that fix it, Sirius? He said that's not even true. Wait, really? Only the uploads. He says only the uploads. So become an all-star member, and then you can watch it without any buffering, if you're even hearing any of this. Anyway, Hell No Kitty and Bad Ash are jamming, and Sirius is mad at me. So Hell No Kitty is on the ground. Oh no, I hope Hell No is okay. Hell No has taken the star off and might be looking for a pivot. Bad Ash is in the pack on a scoring pass. Bad Ash is through for 4 points. Michelle, I appreciate you. Oh, fooled me. Yep, see, nothing to see here. Nothing interesting is happening at all. It's all just fine. I get in trouble for talking about it. Oh, Mr. Bruise Guy has faith in you. The heat is melting the connection. You know, I wonder. Yes, Michelle, you have to rewatch that last game and show your team that epic 1-point overtime win. And also look in our previous games. We have had 4 overtime games this year so far. Akron twice. Last weekend, game 4 of the juniors tournament and game 1 of Small Town Smackdown. Roller Go Fighty and Eva Destruction jamming for their 2 teams. Eva Destruction is through as your lead jammer. Mr. Bruise Guy, I'm going to make you a mod too because you became a member again, so you should become a mod. And you're always so helpful in the chat, so you now get to be a moderator. Use your power for good, please. Eva Destruction still lead, has gotten 4 points, is in the pack on a second scoring pass. Wow, Naptown doing a great job with the defense there, holding Eva for a really long time. But Eva was able to get through to grab 8 more points. Oh, Mr. Bruise Guy, we appreciate you and Crash so much. It's the least we can do to have you be a moderator when you already do a lot of moderation stuff in our chat. Thank you so much. Eva is gotten 12 points, is approaching the pack on another scoring pass. Robin Daggers has been struggling to find any space in this pack. Eva through. Where was Eva the first half? Eva was blocking in the first half, which is why Eva got nominated as Skater of the Game as a blocker, and now Eva has come out of nowhere. Mr. Bruise Guy says, use the power for chaos. Got it. Love it, love it. Eva calls that jam with 9 seconds left. And that was a very successful jam there for Akron, bringing them up to 145. Warning bells at 68. Okay, gotta tell another joke. After a fish was arrested for swimming without a license, he eventually posted bail. Relieved, he said, I'm off the hook. These are such good dad jokes. What? Oh, dude, that's a joke for you and I, Sirius, because I would have to explain the whole TikTok to them that you sent me. Okay, I'll explain it during the next one. Pumpkin Disorderly is through as lead jammer. Sarge is out about half a track behind. Pumpkin Disorderly approaching the pack on a scoring pass. Takes a hit to the outside and does call the jam before Sarge gets in there. Okay, so here's the thing about fish. Sirius sent me a video this morning of these 2 guys who were being they were big thinkers, right? So they're thinking, okay, so we can't see air, right? But when we go underwater, we can't breathe, but we can see water. Fish can't breathe in air, but they can breathe in water. So since we can't see air, the thing that we breathe, can fish see water? Like we see water, but if they can't breathe it, do they see water? Something to think about. Deep thoughts. That's the kind of videos Sirius sends me. Bad Ash is your lead jammer. Oh no, Sirius, the mods are getting together and encouraging chaos now that Tara and Mr. Bruise Guy are mods. We don't need the mods all to band together here. He goes, what can be given can be taken away. That's what you always say. That's what you say whenever anybody starts being too chatty on the mic. He's like, I can mute you. That was rude. You muted me. So, you are so amused by yourself. Michelle says, we can't handle these big thoughts now. But now you're going to have to think about it, and you're going to have to ask, can fish see water? We can't see air. Does that mean fish can see air? Never mind. Sarge is through, chasing Amityville Horror down. Sirius goes, do jammers see their penalties? Nope, they sure don't. But blockers see the jammers' penalties. That was good. That was good. It's full circle. That was your plan since you sent me the video this morning? Uh-huh. And what about the Golden Doodle videos that you sent me? Are those planned? Okay, ooh, yay, an official timeout. I mean, oh, boo. Well, I said yay because I want to tell more jokes. Hank did not believe that Fred's dog could talk. So Fred asked his dog, what's on top of a house? Roof, the dog barked. Hank wasn't convinced. So Fred asked the dog how sandpaper feels. Ruff. He still wasn't convinced. Okay, who was the greatest baseball player of all time? Fred asked the dog. Ruth. With that, Hank walked away shaking his head. The dog turned to Fred and said, does he think it's Derek Jeter? So stupid. Huh? It was a long setup for not much of a not much of a payoff. Oh, I need to save this one for Carl. Can I do a Carl section of jokes? What? I'm gonna tell it. I forgot where I threw my boomerang. Oh, it's coming back to me now. We got to come back to that one for Carl. I wonder what this is about. Ego says, is that a dig at us jammers? Oh, Ego, yes it is. Also, last weekend, you weren't here when I was comparing. I don't think you were here. I was comparing our two dogs. So we have a dog who is a Boston Terrier pug, and we have a dog who's a golden doodle and who's a baby. And I was talking about how our pug has such a great constitution, and you knock him over, you could, like, he just is like, whatever, I'm fine, everything's good. And last week, our golden doodle, I accidentally bumped him with my office chair, and he immediately was like, oh my God, and he was freaking out, and he was holding his paw up in the air, and like, oh, look at my paw, I heard it. And somebody in the chat goes, oh, so you've got a jammer and a blocker. Was it Abby? Yeah. And I lost it because it's kind of true. Okay, let's find out what this official review was about.
So Naptown is looking for a high block to be assessed to Akron blocker onto their jammer.
Okay.
Upon our discussion, it was a clean hit with a secondary contact to the head, so therefore they will call will stand as a no call, and they will not retain their official review.
Thank you very much. All right, that was Naptown's official review. They were looking for a high block to be assessed to, I believe it was assessed to a blocker, and they wanted it to be assessed to the Akron jammer. They say that it was secondary contact to another hit, and so the no call will stand, and they will lose their official review. We are a little bit more than halfway through this second half and the last game of the night, which for Sirius and I feels like nothing after doing tournaments. The vote is still open for for skater of the game, and we have got us a close race right now between Chapel Pone and Punkin Disorderly. Eva Destruction is also kind of getting some votes in there as well. So you've got until 5 minutes left in the game. Shotgun Mike says, are you psychic? I literally just said that to Petey and Penny. I am psychic. I know everything. Hi, Petey and Penny. I always love to say hi to you guys. And Punkin Disorderly calls that jam. Was able to grab 2 points. Ego says, my little Darth Tater. For those who don't know, our Golden Doodle's name is Tater Tot. But when he's bad, we call him Darth Tater. Or Ego does. Yes, Darth Tater was being an over-dramatic little tater tot when I barely touched his paw. He's a tater snot. He was holding up his paw like, oh, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Whereas Boomer would be, our pug would be like, whatever. Just like a blocker. It's just, the jammer slander ego is just too easy. It's too easy. Sarge and Bad Ash. Sarge is through. Sarge says, no jammer slander here. I'm going to get another 20 points. But Bad Ash is out of the pack and chasing down Sarge. The pack is starting to spread apart. Bad Ash approaching the pack. Sarge does decide to call it. Bad Ash with a little attempted apex jump. Sarge was able to grab 2 points there. Maybe 3. With only 12 minutes left, I got to start talking about where you get to see Derby Date Night next. So next week on Sunday, we're going to be live for 4 games. So set your clocks, set your calendars, set your alarms, because it is the last time we will be live until July 19th, when we will be back here doing a Naptown versus Arch Rival game. Very excited for that. I think it is Arch Rivals B and C teams that Naptown will be playing. Amityville Horror is lead jammer, and Rolly Go Fighty is in the pack, trying to find any sort of space as Amityville Horror comes in and gets through for 4 points for Akron. On July 19th, when we are live for Naptown and Arch Rival, we will have flown from Seattle on a red-eye on Thursday night into Friday. So it will be a fun Aria is slap happy and right off vacation. So I bet you the jokes are going to have some sort of theme of cruise. What? Moose? Oh, because we will have been to Alaska. There's not enough jokes about mooses. Meese? No, the plural of moose is moose. The plural of mice is mice. The plural of mouse is mice. There's something that's weird with some animals that when you do plurals. Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. Okay, at least we only have 11 minutes left. Pumpkin Disorderly and Sarge. Pumpkin Disorderly is through. Sarge is trying to get through. Nice rotating to the front being done by Lane Luck from Akron to slow down Sarge, but Sarge is able to get out and will be chasing down Punk and Disorderly, who decides to call the jam. I'm really enjoying that Akron has a lot of, it's Pride Month. It is, right? It's still June. Although Pride, it's always Pride, but it's especially Pride in June. And I love all the rainbows on all of the Akron skaters for Pride. It's beautiful. And next Sunday is a Skate the Rainbow. So we're going to see a lot of rainbows next Sunday, and that'll be super fun too. Okay. Chapelpone and Bad Ash are jamming for their respective teams, and Bad Ash is through as lead jammer. We're going to be tired, but we're going to be happy because we're going to have been on a cruise, and we're going to have been with family in Seattle, which is, yeah, that'll make us tired. Love you, family, if you're listening. Which they probably aren't. I can say whatever I want about my family. My mom is the only one who gets in the chat, but I don't know. Slap Happy Aria and Cranky Sleepy Serious is Ego's favorite combo. Yeah, that's what you're gonna get, especially because we're doing the red eye flight on Thursday into Friday, and then I'm working on Friday because I work from home, and I'm like, why would I take a day off just to be tired? So I'm gonna work on Friday, and then we're gonna do Derby Date Night on Saturday. Woo! It'll be fun. Amityville Horror is your lead jammer. Oh, wait, I just announced a July game. I'm sorry, Sirius. I'm not supposed to announce games before the month. Everybody, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. It's our secret. I didn't just announce a July game. Actually, is that our only July game? Yeah, we're going to be slowing down quite a bit. So I hope you've enjoyed all the every single week Derby date nights because it does start to slow down. We will have games in July, August, September, and maybe even October, but we will not be live every weekend like we have been. This is definitely the peak of our Derby season, and things do start to slow down quite a bit. But keep an eye on our Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube for some announcements. We've got some big things that we are planning and trying to make happen, so definitely keep an eye on all of our socials because we are going to be announcing some pretty cool things at some point. I don't know when we're going to announce them, but they're coming. Punk and Disorderly is through as your lead jammer. Hell No Kitty jamming for Naptown is taking that star off. Maybe. Yes, taking the star off at the back of the pack. Punk and Disorderly is able to get through for another 4 points for Akron. You know, if we are having sound issues, serious, maybe they didn't hear me accidentally spoil the July schedule. What? It's working perfectly now. Now that I'm dropping spoilers. Oh, Tara says that's one of my favorite romance combos, the happy one and the cranky sleepy one. Oh, yes. Tara, we need to talk, though. For those who don't know, Tara and I both like to read romantasy books, and I just finished Phantasma. So we need to talk because I just finished it, and I ordered the next one. So I think it might have shown up at the house today. Serious? He gets mad at me because books keep showing up at the house. It's mostly Tara's fault because she tells me what to read. He said, you're your own person. Carl's back. Hey, Carl. Oh, I can tell the joke again. He's a boomerang. You're a boomerang, Carl. It's Australia. Here's the joke for you, Carl. I forgot where I threw my boomerang. Oh, it's coming back to me now. That was special for you, Carl. Bad Ash is headed to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for Rolly Go Fighty and the Naptown warning bells. Oh, no, wait, no, that wasn't going to be a palindrome. It looked kind of close to one, but I don't think, nope, not going to happen. Carl just said, okay. Okay, thanks for the joke. Okay, the pack is not moving much. Naptown trying to help out offensively here, trying to help Rolly Go Fighty get through, but Bad Ash is already out of the penalty box and getting through on that initial as Rolly Go Fighty has the star off. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. Is Rolly Go Fighty even hold? Where is the star? Do you see the star? Okay, it's in Rolly Go Fighty's hand. Rolly Go Fighty's putting it back on and being a blocker now. Tara's very excited that I read the book. Yes, I finally finished it, and I loved it. Good recommendation. And I'm waiting for the sequel. Sirius is pointing at the jammer's just waiting for the other jammer. Rolly is like, you know what? I'm a blocker now. We're just gonna have one jammer out there, and I'm gonna block. I'm not gonna jam. There is a pivot out there, so I'm kind of surprised that Rolly is not like deciding to try and hand it to the pivot because we could at least try to get some points. 1 second left. Bad Ash was able to score 12 points there. We have a skater down on turn 3, so we might be doing a small medical timeout, and we will be right back. And we are back. Just a small timeout. A skater who is, I think, might be overheating. Or a knee, or an ankle, or we don't know. We're not professionals, and we're not in charge of anything medical, so we're going to let the medics take care of that. But no, we're not getting started. There are no medics in those medic chairs. They can't start right now. Oh, is it the one standing up? Is that a medic? That must be a medic stand. Well, okay. I guess we are playing. Eva Destruction is through as your lead jammer. Chapelpone is winning that pole with 4 minutes left. Looks like we are going to have our skater of the game go to a Naptown skater, Chapelpone, whose name I learned to say today, even though I've announced like 4 games that Chapel's been in. Sarge is coming through. Chasing down Eva Destruction. Sarge is almost matching Eva, but is about 4 points less. We've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in this game. Thank you all for sticking around with us here on Derby Date Night. We always enjoy our weekend nights with y'all. All right, Sarge is through. So but I think Eva was able to outscore Sarge by a few points there. Nice job. I feel like Eva is the second half skater of the game for me. Like Eva just came out as like a really strong blocker in the first half and then just came out as a super strong jammer in the second half. Great job. Wait, Dorky's jamming. Dorky never jams. Yay, Dorky. 3 minutes left in this game, so we got time for a couple. Ego, I knew you'd be excited for Chapel because you love her, what she is named after, who she is named after. Pumpkin Disorderly is through as lead jammer. Coming around on a scoring pass, trying to get Akron over that 200 mark. Dorky getting a penalty, so this is going to be a power jam for Akron and Pumpkin Disorderly. With a minute and a half left in this jam, Pumpkin Disorderly is going to have an opportunity to not only get that 200, but get a few more points, but Naptown is going to try to stop. Oh, nope, we're going to freeze Dorky in the penalty box. So Akron's going to start this next jam as a power jam with 2 minutes left in this game. Bad Ash on the line for this power jam. I was just making sure that Naptown had a pivot. Usually that only happens once in a game, and then everybody is like really on top of it for the rest of the game. All right, here we go with this power jam. Up the outside line is your lead jammer, Bad Ash. Akron is the only team that does this T lineup for their power jams, which actually works really effectively. I have been on the receiving end of this, and it's hard to tell what they're gonna do. Like you can't read them as well when they do this full like T, but they only did it very briefly because Dorky is now out of the box and taking that star off. Oh, it's another power jam, but now that power jam is for Naptown. Dorky has passed the star to BMO, who is now the jammer, and sees there was just all this space on the inside line. And BMO was like, okay, I'll take that. Sure, why not? BMO you down, coming around on a first scoring pass. 38 seconds left in this game. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the end because this jam is gonna go the full 2 minutes. So this will be the last jam of the game. So give it up for these skaters for doing a great job in the heat and a wonderful game, and really just a wonderful job here by both the Warning Bells and the Rowdy Rollers. Bad Ash going around on another scoring pass. BMO is headed to the penalty box. Oh, everybody looks so tired right now. Just so tired. that Ash now headed to the penalty box, so this will be a shenana jam as we come to the end of this game. 16 seconds left. If I was these jammers, I would just kind of stop. I would just be like, you know what? Let's just. Elena says ice cream is for winners. Is that an Akron thing? Do you all do ice cream when you win and like no ice cream? What do you get when you don't win? Do you still get ice cream or no ice cream? Ice cream's for survivors. I think everybody should get ice cream after these games because it is so hot. Okay, thanks for joining me. This was so fun. Nope, everybody's okay, Carl. I know you all, Carl's always like, that doesn't look good. Everybody's okay. And this was a hot game. We got one more game in June for you, and it is the Skate the Rainbow game next week in Bloomington, all day long on Sunday. We start at like 9 a.m. Eastern time. Akron, 208, warning bells, 83. Thank you all for joining us. Angie says, who are we? I'm guessing the answer is Akron, since Akron won both those games. But can we be, we're Derby Date Night, Angie. Who are we? We're Derby Date Night. And have a good night. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you here on this Derby Date Night.